G'day, mate. 40 here. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon, for a riot. And we have rioters taking over freeways in Los Angeles. Thousands of drivers are being stopped in dangerous conditions. And we have thousands of people out rioting. And we haven't had a federal versus state and local conflict like this since the 1960s, the 1950s, when federal law enforcement agencies stepped in to force local universities and cities to abide by the precepts of the Civil Rights Act. Now we have a right-wing federal government stepping in against the wishes of local law enforcement. So we haven't had a situation like this since, what, 1965? What am I missing? So this is Fox News.
Not aware of any curfews as of now. That doesn't mean that one has not been issued, just because I've been kind of out here, covering this fluid situation, trying my best to keep up with everything that's going on. But that would not at all surprise me. I mean, just take a look at what my photographer's shooting now. I'm hoping they don't come too close over here. But, you got these people walking boldly in the middle of the interstate. Their face is covered. They look like they're out to cause some trouble. I mean, the level of lawlessness is off the charts. It is just, it is so disrespectful. I can't imagine, for families who have to get somewhere, have to get to work, have a child in the car, they need to get home, and, you've got these people all over the streets. It's just incredibly shameful, to be honest with you. And I don't know what this does, again, to plead the case that some of the people who had final, deportation orders that ignored them and who were arrested by immigration officers. I don't know how any of this helps plead their case that these people should be released. I don't see how it does it there. If anything, this is a nuisance for anyone who's got to go and use this highway, and it's blocked off.
So my sense of things is that people on the right and people on the left are just filled with joy and anticipation for this conflagration. So it would be people in the center and the least political and the least ideological who most don't want this to happen. But MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, right, must be loving this because they see the left is being discredited as the pro-illegal immigration forces come out waving flags of foreign countries such as Mexico while committing crimes, disrupting the lives of law-abiding citizens. The left must be loving this because they get to put a middle finger out there before the Trump administration, who they may see as possessing all the power. So both political extremes must be loving this conflagration, and people in the center and the apolitical and those with higher priorities than politics not so thrilled with what's going on.
Area that could be, interfered with. And I wonder if you've had a chance, I know you've been covering this all day, but a chance to get a sense from spectators, maybe people that are in the area that are not a part of the protest against ICE, but are.
So I finished my regular show just after 1 o'clock, went for a walk. So I've been off the air for about 3 hours, and these riots have just built steadily. And we now have apparently thousands of people occupying a major freeway in downtown LA. And then when it comes dark, right, surely we're going to have curfews. This is going to disrupt the possibilities for work tomorrow, for the normal commerce. And we just have the setting for a clash of power and a clash of forces that we haven't seen in this country since 1965.
And keep it safe from, a criminal element, but, people were still able to get through here. And so very problematic. Thank goodness this isn't rush hour on a Monday, because this would certainly be a huge problem. And you guys know LA. I mean, traffic here is bad. And that would be a nightmare if this was tomorrow. I mean, it's not good today. It's not good any day. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely problematic. I haven't had a chance to talk to people who are just bothered by this down here. The only people around here really are the hundreds and hundreds of protesters who have poured out to this location in just a matter of hours. The National Guard is here. They're doing what they can to protect the federal building. Doing a great job, I might add.
So this protest has just taken off in the past couple of hours. It's just accelerated in the past hour. So I got back online about 10 minutes ago, and I noticed that simply on YouTube there are about 80,000 people watching local TV news coverage of these riots.
Official White House sources telling Fox News that President Trump did talk to California Governor Gavin Newsom on Friday, and said things are getting out of control. We need to get things in control here. And just hours later, right? Sunday morning, here we are, and the National Guard has been deployed. And again, President Donald Trump, he said he was going to deploy 2,000 National Guardsmen. We do know at least.
Right, they might send in the Marines. Right, the federal government has tens of thousands of troops that they can rush to this scene, and they are set on crushing it. Right, Trump is surrounded by people now who will enable his instincts to crush this kind of disruption. Right, this is a very different Trump administration from the first one.
Have to see what happens.
Christina Coleman, we want to thank you, and we will continue to check back in with you throughout the hour as news develops. As for you and as for Andy, the photographer, please stay safe, and we will get back to you soon. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Okay, so joining us now is Jonathan Fahey, former acting ICE director and former federal prosecutor. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. First, I just want to get your thoughts on the response right now that we're seeing in Los Angeles. Folks in cars trying to get through on the 101 being stopped by protesters or rioters, depending on who the person is.
Yeah, what is happening here is really awful, and I think what makes it so awful is the conduct of both Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass on this, because they are taking the side of rioters, as sort of bringing us back to 2020 BLM, and they're putting the public safety.
I mean, this is a conflagration just tailor-made for MAGA, for anti-MAGA, for Fox News, for CNN. Major news organizations have a difficult time finding an audience now, but this will grab an audience. So the New York Times, right, massively increased its subscribers under Donald Trump, but those newspapers that didn't focus on Trump, such as the Los Angeles Times, didn't get much of a bump. But there's a saying that all the world loves a lover. It doesn't. What all the world loves is a fight. And so this will get the juices flowing.
Decision. It's a requirement of his job, and this is so shameful. This shouldn't even be happening, but there is no support from the state and local, not the law enforcement, because I'm sure they're in line, but the state and local officials are not supporting federal law enforcement, and people are in danger because of it.
Jonathan, Guy Benson here. You used to direct ICE. You were the acting director of that agency, so you know what this work looks like and what it's supposed to be. Describe what ICE agents have been up to in this area of Southern.
Yes, this excites me. I come from a journalism background. A big story excites you. And the excitement here is not so much in what's happening, but the potential for a conflagration, the likes of which we have not seen in this country for decades. So I admit it, I'm excited.
Serious crime, as you all know. And so that's all started in reaction to that. And they, from my understanding, they have had things like, rocks thrown at them. They've been assaulted in other ways. And we've seen this from a lot of politicians. This is predictable. The rhetoric, referring to ICE agents as the Gestapo and things like that. This is the natural next step in all of this. And it's really scary because these are people that put their lives on the line to make us safer, and they should be able to expect the support of the local authorities against people like this. And unfortunately, they're not. And something really bad is probably going to happen, and it's going to be preventable. And because our local officials in Los Angeles, let's say the local officials in Los Angeles were doing nothing to stop this. So these
people tend to make terrible decisions under pressure, under stress. And so imagine you're a driver surrounded by a hostile crowd, right? Very, very strong chance that some driver is going to engage in a break for an escape from a hostile crowd, right? This is a tinderbox waiting for somebody to light the flame that leads to an explosion a deadly explosion.
Perspective, it's like watching Thelma and Louise at the end driving off that cliff from a political strategy perspective, because you look at polls showing 75 to 80% of Americans, right? So that doesn't mean Republicans or conservatives, but we're going into independents and even some Democrats support criminal deportations. Can you even get into the...
So we had a massive presence of anti-Israel protesters in the Orthodox Jewish neighborhood of Pico Robertson, and I ran out to observe. So the wise and the smart thing is to stay away from riots, because terrible things can happen to you, and the more you have to lose, the more careful you're going to be. But at the same time, there is an excitement pull to get close to this type of thing. So the emptier your life, right, the more tempting this level of excitement, the more you've got to protect and take care of and provide for, and the more healthy things that you have in your life, right, the less likely you are to self-destruct over this kind of spectacle.
Sense, because it isn't a popular issue, but their party is so out there on this issue that the only way they'll get any traction is to be for open borders against ICE. And the first person in the party that starts supporting ICE and supporting law enforcement, they're going to be cast aside in this party. This party's been so radical, and it's not just been recently. 2020, the anti-police wing of the party dominated, and BLM, they turned over policing.
So what is the type of Christianity that is gaining adherents? It's the Pentecostal type of Christianity, where people are slain by the Spirit, right? People want to feel alive. People want to feel connected to forces greater than themselves, and the same kind of excitement and visceral sense of being alive and connected to tremendous forces, right, that you might find in a Pentecostal church is also available to people participating in these protests or trying to put down these protests, right? Your life suddenly feels like it matters, and you're connected to forces more powerful than yourself.
The Democratic governors are raising about President Trump's use of his authority to deploy the National Guard. I guess they're making a big deal about the president's use of sending federal resources over the governor's objection, saying that this is something that really the states should handle. And I just wonder, as a former federal prosecutor.
So when Democrats and elites and the mainstream media makes the argument Trump is using the National Guard and using immigration enforcement and using ICE as bait, they're not wrong, right? There is something to that. If you are MAGA, on board with MAGA and on board with Trump, you have the capability of having some empathy for the perspective that Trump perhaps is fueling or feeding or egging on some kind of massive conflagration, right? The tens of millions of people who are afraid of Trump, they are completely removed from reality.
The way of the enforcement of federal law, which they are here, the immigration law.
David Froome, writing in The Atlantic for Trump, this is a dress rehearsal, ordering the National Guard to deploy in Los Angeles as a warning of what to expect when his hold on power is threatened. Not an absurd opinion.
That Gavin Newsom won't use his authority and won't use his influence because he would rather, promote, again, this open.
So there are more than 75,000 uniformed law enforcement personnel in California with law enforcement powers. The LAPD has approximately 9,000 uniformed officers. You'd think they can handle a few dozen agitators throwing rocks and shooting off fireworks. But California doesn't want the National Guard, but unlike 2020, Trump is stepping in, and we've got the Secretary of Defense saying that he's got Marines that he can deploy, that we could have federal power provoking some kind of made-for-TV disturbance. So both sides probably feeling a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation, a lot of adrenaline right now, and feeling the excitement to get more and more radical.
Defense Secretary Hegseth himself, and in it they write, in dynamic and fluid situations such as the one in Los Angeles, state and local authorities are the most appropriate ones to evaluate the need for resources to save.
So many of Trump's supporters wanted him to follow this strategy in 2020, but Trump largely sat back and let Black Lives Matter riots run riot over large swaths of the country.
Governor's office and the governor himself on X saying it's time for the National Guard troops to go home are the people who live in this area, the people who are trying to drive by.
So the more radical, the more provocative either side gets, the more free the opposition gets to respond in kind. So both sides are egging each other on. Right? Both sides are strongly incentivized to up this fight. Right? Both sides think that this is good for them. I don't think the governor of California, I don't think leading California Democratic politicians think this is good for them.
But, he's right. The local authorities should deal with this, and they know how to deal with it, but he won't let them because of politics. If he turned it over and said, let local police deal with it and let them do their jobs, I bet they would do their jobs, but they're being prevented from doing so. But again, it's the deepest cynicism from Gavin Newsom that's so dishonest. It is breathtaking how bad it is. But,
Right. Anytime you have people pouring out into the streets looking to do battle with armed agents of the state, that you have the recipe for a massive amount of death. And it is a testimony to the discipline of law enforcement officers that nobody has been killed as yet. But dozens of people are acting in ways that massively increase the chances of law enforcement officers killing them.
Let those criminals stay in a country that they apparently don't like very much, to put it mildly. And we're seeing law enforcement on our screen getting pelted again.
Right. So anti-Trump forces are absolutely gleeful right now. Trump supporters are gleeful. Right? Both sides are itching for a fight. This is a polarized city, polarized country. And when both sides feel these strong, exciting incentives to rumble, right, then you likely have a fight on your hands. I would think that the Trump administration just has more formidable firepower at its disposal.
Down, but it is funny. That is the standard Democratic Party position on immigration. They don't want anyone to be deported. I mean, they may occasionally say criminals, but if you look at it over the past few months, they basically have fought every deportation, whether it's a gang member, whether it's Trinidad Aragua, whether it's somebody convicted of certain crimes. They will stand in the way to try to prevent it, to make it difficult, to stand in the way of ICE agents. And that's
so the odds are that the Trump administration will be emboldened and strengthened and rendered more popular by this confrontation. But when you have a fight, it never goes exactly as you expect. Right, the best laid plans get reassessed once you are punched in the face. So if the Trump administration overreacts, makes poor judgments, all right, this could rebound to its peril, even leading to an impeachment. All right, think about all the coverage and hubbub over Kent State, where simply 4 unarmed protesters were killed by the National Guard. So just imagine the hubbub if 20 people, 50 people were killed by the National Guard here.
The toughest of situations as far as reporting, right in the middle of seemingly any unrest that happens throughout the country. He is reporting now that Antifa International has announced a June 8th direct action. So that is that today or is that tomorrow?
Today.
That's today. Okay. To attack the ICE facility in San Francisco. The planned riot is organized in support of the riots that are going on in Los Angeles. So is there a fear that this could spread to other cities like we saw with BLM in 2020?
That's what I think the plan is to just to make it so disruptive. And the Democrats, this was a very, in many ways, successful for them politically in 2020, just create so much chaos, so much misery, and then hopefully the media will.
So the Black Lives Matter riots and the chaos and the COVID chaos undermined Trump's reelection, but at a certain point started working in favor of Trump's reelection in 2020. So when you have a fight, it's unpredictable which way it will go. Right now, the evidence points towards this strengthening the Trump administration, but it is a highly unstable situation. Washington Post reports life on Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket has been disrupted after migrant workers, meaning illegal aliens, were shackled and boarded onto Coast Guard boats, igniting fear among undocumented workers who form the backbone of the island's workforce. Right. We have all sorts of influences on the scene. holding foreign flags. Leftist insurrectionists continue rioting in downtown Los Angeles, try to force the federal government to stopping the repatriation of illegal foreign nationals, including child sex criminals and gang members. That's Andy No. So all the local TV stations in Los Angeles are doing strong coverage.
Immigration law and removing criminal aliens from Los Angeles communities. We have arrested a domestic abuser who assaulted someone with a firearm and a child rapist. In defense of these heinous criminals, masked rioters have made it their mission to injure and maim federal law enforcement officials. Make no mistake, rioters committing crimes will be arrested and held accountable. Let's go back to the situation on the 101 freeway. It looks like the scooter that one person had been using to ride up and down, kind of taunting that line of CHP officers in tactical gear, has now been taken into custody. The scooter was just dragged out of the way, and that person is now face down on the pavement being placed into handcuffs. The rest of the crowd, this is on the northbound side. This is where this group of officers is lining up and moving their way down. And you can see some folks on the other side, the demonstrators lining up in front of the Jersey barrier, confronting them as well. There's a large crowd behind them, and vehicular traffic does appear to be moving on. No, that is the side street. My apologies. That is up above. I believe Aliso, overlooking the 101 freeway. But here we go.
If you want to stay on top of this breaking news, the greatest platform is X. And Preston Stewart writes, I hope that the bulk of these 300 MPs have some relevant training. For the vast majority of Army National Guard units, riot control is not something they're trained in. So we've got 300 soldiers of the National Guard deployed to 3 separate locations in greater Los Angeles. All right, most soldiers, right, most members of the National Guard are not trained in riot control. So you throw an untrained armed unit into this type of situation, right, you can have no idea about what's going to happen next.
Gabe Santos is viewing all this from Air 7. Let's go back up to Air 7 and see what you're seeing from up there, Gabe.
Yeah, having the luxury of having this airborne view of this situation, you can really kind of see what CHP is trying to do. They have made a coordinated attempt of shutting down.
So it's inevitable that these riots spread across this country, right? It's LA today. I'd have to think that this rioting will fire up in other major American cities.
Downtown area and help quell the scene here now that it has spilled onto the freeway. So CHP now, they have closed both sides of the 101 freeway at Los Angeles Street, and we saw that line of officers start to make their way down the southbound lanes of the 101. And it looks as if they are trying to make a circle, or at least a semicircle, around some of these protesters so that they are not just pushing them back and pushing them further up down the freeway. They're trying to get these people off of the freeway. And you even saw somebody on a scooter that was possibly taunting officers that eventually maybe got a little too close to an officer, or maybe came close to striking an officer with that scooter. They were immediately taken into custody. So CHP not taking any chances with anybody, and they are slowly and methodically pushing these protesters. The idea is off the freeway as more resources get to the scene here, and we're going to see that start to develop, as you see right there. Groups of about 10 or so CHP officers in full riot gear moving down. Those are going to be the northbound lanes of the 101 freeway, and they're making this line around the group of protesters that we see there, and then slowly.
Here, Hispanic restaurant workers come to the aid of deputies injured during these LA riots. So most Latino men who voted in the 2024 election voted for Trump.
Hopefully off the freeway and onto surface streets.
Yeah, thank you, Gabe. Let's bring back in.
Right, the more you have going for you, the less likely you are to be out here protesting. Right, these are overwhelmingly losers and antisocial, destructive people with not much to contribute, but a great desire to destroy.
Surface, we saw yet another flashbang go off above this crowd. But talk to me about what the mindset is.
Okay, let's check back in with Fox.
Demonstrations that we've seen in the city of Los Angeles. Here looking at Highway 101, where demonstrators and rioters have now taken to the highway to obstruct the flow of traffic. We're joined by Ted Williams on the phone right now, former DC detective and current Fox News contributor. Mr. Williams, we are so glad to have you and your expertise with us on this important breaking news event as we are following it moment by moment. Ted, I just want to get your thoughts about what we're seeing here on this third day of riots here in LA.
Well, I'm happy to be with you on the unfortunate circumstances, guys, but what we have here is a powder keg. LA is...
So this kind of rioting would be illegal if it took place in Florida or in the West Bank in Israel. It would be crushed quickly. It would never be allowed to develop like this in more conservative locales, right? You couldn't roll it like this in Texas, right? You wouldn't want to mess with Texas the way that these people are messing with LA, right? You could never have had the Hamas attack carried off with so much success if it was against the West Bank where Israeli settlers are armed, right? You could not have this level of disorder and rioting in an open carry state such as Texas.
Want to give a shout out to the LAPD police department, because what they are doing is they're acting as
Okay, let's check in with
California, and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't. Then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved. So he's saying the problem was riots and looters. Said it will be solved the way it should be solved. He was also recorded on camera today at a press briefing being asked about a couple things with what's playing out here. Rules of engagement for the National Guards members who are now federalized under his control on the streets of Los Angeles, what their rules of engagement. They're carrying around, these soldiers can be inserted into war, and so they're carrying the weaponry as such. Against citizens of Los Angeles, what the rules would be for them to employ those deadly means. The president just said, we want to keep peace. He was asked about the proclamation that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put onto social media, saying if the violence continued, then members of the U.S. Marines would be deployed against U.S. citizens. That can only happen under use of the Insurrection Act. And the president today was asked what would be deemed an insurrection, and he neglected to answer specifically. So here we go.
Okay, the mighty Puck has returned to the chat. He says, on a scale from 1 to storming the Bastille, where are we? And so right now we're at a 1, but we could go to 10 at any time, right? When both sides feel such an enormous draw to fight. Right, you would think that the intensity will only keep increasing until the tension explodes into violence.
Pretty much tackled him, and that's what CHP is doing here. With that soccer game going on with this tear gas canister going back and forth as those CHP officers try and kick it back into the crowd, and then the crowd kicks it back. You're seeing CHP kind of slowly pick off some of these protesters that get a little too close or get a little too aggressive in their movements. And there you see another CHP officer again kicking that.
So most disruption is caused by a tiny number of people. Once you arrest them and take them out, then without this core group of organized criminals, it's very hard to pull off this level of disruption. Right? A tiny number of people have the ability to do vast damage to a city.
Kind of wrangling with those CHP officers, they're just out of frame. CHP with that tear gas. Obviously, it's not something you want to breathe in. It causes your eyes to burn. It causes you to cough. So that pushed back the protesters just a little bit. Those CHP officers wearing full gas masks, so they're able to kind of tolerate it a little better. If you don't have a gas mask, if you just have any other kind of mask, you're going to be getting the full effects of that tear gas canister. So that's what's creating a little bit of that buffer. As you can see, that CHP officer in the middle, he's trying to, as Bruce Thomas was saying, he's trying to negotiate with some of those protesters in a very, kind of matter-of-fact way, saying, get back, put some distance here, and continue moving off of the freeway. As you can see, this one individual waving an American flag, continuing to yell at some of the officers. I have a feeling if he gets too close, some of those CHP officers might pick him off as well. And that's going to be the process. You saw that skirmish line that was on the opposite line of the freeway. It is now...
So the left, the opposition, has gotten smarter, right, to bring out American flags, and not just the flags of foreign nations such as Mexico.
And, you see someone else being... and someone else being taken into custody right there, and very quickly. And there's someone. Okay, it looks like another CHP officer grabbing another fellow officer there. Probably got a little too close for comfort, but you could see just how different.
So, what percentage of these rioters do you think make a six-figure income? Right, I would guess well under 1%.
And they're pushing all of the protesters off of the freeway, which is the goal.
Yeah.
And they are doing this in pretty quick order. And anybody who is getting a little bit too close or a little too aggressive, they're just picking them off and arresting them right then and there.
Yeah,
and this is all part of the plan.
One by one. Gabe, thank you. I want to bring in Sergeant Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, who joins us on the phone watching the CHP execute this clearing of the 101 freeway. Sergeant, thank you for joining us. Can we talk about what's happening right now on the 101?
Yes, sir. Right now, we currently have our CHP special response team that responded to the area to assist with getting the protesters off the freeway. Accessing state highways, it's dangerous. It's not the right spot for a protest, and it puts the protesters, the motorists, and our officers at risk. And we are going to move to get them off the freeway and make arrests. If officers start to take objects and...
So what would a city, what would a university put up with from a white nationalist riot, right? No other group should be allowed more room to operate and disrupt than you would allow a group of white nationalists.
Tell us a little bit about the training in situations like this. We have seen tremendous restraint from a lot of these officers who have been under attack for much of this day, facing these people.
So I just ordered a new book. It's called Spellbound: How Charisma Shaped American History from the Puritans to Donald Trump. It's by a historian at the University of North Carolina. And she has an essay in The Atlantic. It's called What the Fastest Growing Christian Group Reveals About America. Instead of killing off faith, modernity has supercharged some of its most dramatic manifestations, and talks about churches that celebrate the Holy Spirit. So Catch the Fire Church, where people just get slain in the Holy Spirit. People want to feel alive, right? People want to be attached to the supernatural. And some people are going to feel connected to the supernatural by going to these type of riots, right? It's not just religious people or Christians who yearn for the supernatural, right? You get podcast bros taking ayahuasca. You've got spiritual coaches offering Reiki to past life regressions, right? Are you interested in harnessing the invisible energies of the universe to treat cancer and arthritis? Do you want to join a shamanic drum circle? Right? People want to channel power. People want to channel the Holy Spirit or take on an animal spirit guide. This kind of adventuring doesn't carry the same stigma it once did. People are less worried about feeling and looking silly, and they're more worried about connecting to power. People are more inclined to shrug off other people's theological eccentricities. People will feel a temptation to let go of inhibitions and simply connect. And people want the supernatural in their life, right? People are tired of the drained, buffered, enlightenment, liberal, elite form of human identity. People want contact with God. People want charisma, want charismatic worship. They want to experience something. They want to connect to the intuitive and the subjective, right? Lived experience is increasingly the arbiter. And for some people, they'll never feel more alive than when appearing at this type of riot, right? Self-optimization is the tide rolling through American culture, overflowing traditional mandates about universal truth, right? People want to claim their unique, authentic God self. People are touching crystals and doing full moon ceremonies and going to riots because people want to feel alive. People want a tangible contact with the supernatural, and this is one popular way of doing it. And you can do it in a secular way, you can do it in a Christian way, you can do it in a Jewish or a Muslim or a Baha'i way, right? People are tired of institutions that don't serve them, that don't make them feel alive. People want to experience a vivid, exciting, visceral connection to forces greater than themselves. The message that institutions are weak and corrupt, they don't deserve loyalty, right? Tap into charisma instead is an increasingly popular message. People want to feel alive. Right? People are tired of cynicism, and they want to tap into ancient supernatural truths. People want to connect. Right? There's an explosion of seekers. People have grown tired of the purely secular and rational. People want order, want to impose order on the chaos of our lives. Everyone wants to feel a full life, wants to touch a pattern of higher action. Everybody wants to connect their life with something greater, a reality, a hero story, a narrative that's greater than themselves. Right? Secularization reshapes how we act on these instincts, but it has not eliminated them. So secular unbelievers have more in common with the Christian holy rollers than they probably realize.
And has an eagle eye of what is playing out because that crowd is now gathering pretty thick on the on-ramp, Gabe.
Yeah, Jory, and that's kind of what CHP was intending on doing. This is the CHP Special Response Team, and they are trained in these SWAT tactics and tactics on dealing with civil unrest and the like. And, you know, we've all seen protests through the years that involve people blocking freeways, and they often last a lot longer than what we've seen here today. We've seen a very quick response from this CHP, again, specifically the Special Response Team. They arrived here quickly, and they very quickly, as we saw, made that half circle around these protesters and slowly and methodically kept walking forward and pushing these protesters using smoke canisters further and further up this off-ramp and back onto surface streets. So ideally, CHP will get the freeway open in pretty short order because there's you know, this is Los Angeles. A lot of people are on these freeways on a Sunday afternoon. So that is the goal, to get these freeways open and you know, take on the protesters from there, because LAPD is also dealing with the other side of these protests near the federal building.
Hey, Gabe, I do want to alert everybody as we wait to hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass that I know a lot of people are turning on Channel 7 on this Sunday, waiting for Game 2 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers and the Thunder. That is going to happen at the top of the hour. We are going to turn to national programming, and you will be able to watch the game. We will continue our coverage of what's happening in Los Angeles, streaming on our ABC7 Los Angeles app. You can stream on our website, abc7.com, and you can find us on social media and make your way to our stream as well. So again, abc7.com/live will get you coverage of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles as we continue to follow the unrest and the demonstrations that has been playing out here for the last 3 days. Thousands of people converging on downtown Los Angeles. It began as several different demonstrations, all gathering into one large mass, which has once again broken up into several locations, both at the federal building, which is where the bulk of the activity we have seen this weekend, 3 straight days happening at that federal building at Alameda and Temple. This, however, is happening at...
So every time there's something like these riots or the fires, dozens, hundreds of LA's highest earning families decide to pick up and move out.
Out here, demonstrators taking over the 101 freeway. We see CHP officers right there on the right side of your screen in
Okay, let's check in here with Fox News.
It looks like they have been mostly cleared now by law enforcement, with all that tear gas helping. We've seen a number of the agitators getting arrested. With us now to react to all of this is Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary. And Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. I want to start by going back to something that I read in the last segment. Kamala Harris, who was almost president of the United States, she has just put out a statement on all of this. She says she's appalled by what she's seeing, not because of the violence and the rioting and the assaults on ICE officers, but because of President Trump and because of deploying the National Guard, that decision that was made. She went on to say that protest is a powerful tool, describing all of this as, quote, overwhelmingly peaceful. Your take?
Well, my take is probably about 10 people in the country listen to Kamala Harris these days. This is the same individual that, encouraged people to donate to a bail fund in Minnesota to get.
So every Democratic governor in the United States has opposed Donald Trump's decision to send in the National Guard to LA.
Community safer. As you indicated, they're trying to take dangerous individuals off of their streets so that their families, their friends, their children can play without fear of anything. And look, I pin a lot of this on local politicians there in California, to include the governor, to include the mayor, to include Senator Schiff and a variety of others who continue this lie to Californians that they're a welcoming community and that ICE is somehow bad. They are obfuscating the truth here, and that is that there are bad individuals in these communities, and ICE law enforcement is there to do their job. And if they don't like it, then all those representatives, all those congressmen in California can change the law, but they're not. They can't, and they won't do that. And this is just, unfortunately, the reality that we're in today.
Chad, it's Lydia Hu. As you're explaining that ICE agents are out here to execute on these lawful warrants in an attempt just to make LA safer, they are facing threats and actual violence over the past several days. I want you to talk to us about efforts to hold those committing violence accountable, because I'm sure that's going to be part of this. We know the FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of some that have been involved over the past couple of days. Can you give us a sense of what might be happening now to track actively people that are committing violence? How will we know who they are, since many of them are covering their faces? What will that be like?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, embedded in the crowd of people that you are showing there in these images are law enforcement officers, undercover law enforcement officers that are tracking individuals that are committing violent acts. Let's be very clear about that. It's not just it's not people that are just simply protesting non-violently.
So LA is set to host the Olympics, to host the World Cup of Soccer, to host these major events. And these type of riots and the natural disasters of the fire certainly don't make that prospect much easier.
Where they didn't call National Guard in.
And what percentage of these rioters do you think are good looking? Because it strikes me that they seem to frequently be quite misformed freaks.
Grow. And so I think the Trump team is saying with this National Guard deployment, we're not going to allow that this time. We're not going to allow this to continue to grow into something much larger than it otherwise would be. If Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass says, look, we want to do this our own way, we don't want National Guard, then step up and do it. But they're not doing it. And that's for political reasons. And that is all. It's the same ridiculous message that Kamala Harris is now sending to people.
And Chad, let's remind people that in Seattle, in that instance, a police station was.
So there is a news media cliche. How does XYZ event affect African Americans or the vulnerable or people of color? Well, it hurts the vulnerable most, because the people who have the greatest ability to work from home are in the type of jobs that often pay over $75 an hour. So it will be people of color and the most vulnerable who are the most negatively affected by these kind of disruptions. And those who earn the most money usually have the greatest ability to just work from home if necessary. So there are hundreds of businesses that will be rapidly making a decision about whether or not to have workers come in to work tomorrow.
Opponents, he calls the President of the United States, the sitting governor of California, these are the acts of a dictator, not a president. So certainly the governor is not helping here with his rhetoric as well.
No, he's not. He's not helping with his rhetoric, and he's certainly not helping with his actions, because there are no actions. Look, the governor has the ability to call in LAPD, to call in the state police, to do a variety of things to really shut this down. He doesn't want to do it, right? Because he actually probably believes in all of this violent protesting himself. That's the issue, and that's the problem with places like California and in Oregon and in Seattle and Washington, right? What I was told in 2020 as I was dealing with this is that these communities have a history with protesting, and that's just the way it is. But yet they ignore the reality that this goes well beyond just peaceful protesting, and it gets very violent. It gets very dangerous for law enforcement officials. And the dangerous part is what you have to address early on. Otherwise, it will continue to get out of control. And President Trump has been very clear. He gave Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, and others a few days to address this. And then he said, enough is enough. I'm going to put law enforcement in there. We're going to get this under control.
Chad, Alicia Acuna again. One thing, right now it is what, 5 o'clock there in Los Angeles, and we're going to be heading into the darker hours of the evening. Law enforcement has to prepare for a hot night, you have to imagine, right?
Absolutely. I think when that sun sets, it's going to get more dangerous, right? People are going to feel more emboldened because they have the cover of darkness. They all have their mask on, right? They actually don't want to show their face. They're not actually very proud of what they're doing, but yet they're going to do it anyway. And I can almost guarantee that right now on planes and buses and in cars are professional protesters and agitators streaming into Los Angeles, unfortunately, trying to take, this situation and turn it into an opportunity for themselves. So I think you've got to be very careful. Law enforcement going into this night has to be very, very careful.
Right, and it's highly unlikely that this level of rioting just naturally flowed organically from the bottom up. All right, this is top down. Right, there are all sorts of left-wing groups who must be funding and organizing and promoting this level of disruption. Kamala Harris says she's appalled by President Trump deploying the National Guard.
Goes on, perhaps not, right at the beginning of this, but as the days go on, yes, absolutely. You're going to get more and more of these. We saw this throughout 2020, throughout the summer of 2020, in any number of jurisdictions around the country. You can guarantee that it's also going to happen here. That's why it's important that for those that are committing violent acts, that they are being identified by law enforcement and they are being arrested. They need to send a signal that this is not going to continue. We did that a little bit in 2020, if you recall, both in Portland and Seattle, but not nearly enough. So I think a different message should be sent this time around.
Chad Wolf, the former acting DHS secretary, with us here on.
So it sure looks like law enforcement are massively outnumbered. We have hundreds of citizens trapped on the freeway in their cars in the middle of the chaos. Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for the removal of the National Guard, or at least moving it to his power rather than the president's. Right, I wonder what the Olympic Committee is thinking right now, seeing this disaster in LA. We got Antifa planning assaults on an ICE facility in San Francisco today. This left-wing riot looking less organic by the moment. And massive coverage all around the TV news spectrum.
75 to 80% of Americans believe in deporting criminals that were here illegally out of the country. And yet Democrats are saying, nope, we're going to take that 20%, that 10% side. I just don't understand from a political perspective why they think this is a good idea.
And Lydia, it's almost surreal to see many of these Democratic politicians and some in the media looking at what we're all.
And a very astute comment here on X. The average American crime rate is not the crime rate of the average American. right? The average American doesn't commit much crime, but there's a tiny group of young men who commit an astronomical amount of crime, thus driving up the overall average crime rate.
Last question.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a frightening thought to think where they're headed for this evening. But also, and the messaging from the Democrats, they're not even saying in their statements, let them go through the process like they have with.
So the left-wing groups organizing these riots, they are being massively funded by taxpayer money, California money, by NGOs, right? By NGOs funded by people like George Soros. And Mayor Karen Bass says that it's the deployment of the National Guard that has created this chaotic escalation.
Arts right now.
Why on earth would you cut to Life, Liberty, and Mark Levin? Right, that is an absurd, useless decision there by Fox. So at least LA officials have declared it unlawful assembly.
Let's just continue on here on Live Now from Fox and bring up just this image in full here so you can see it. The breadth of this movement by police to push these demonstrators, these anti-ICE protesters back off this 101 freeway, off this on-ramp right now. And this comes after 2 days of anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles. The National Guard also making its way to Southern California. The Guard members' arrival on.
So we have this massive story, and Fox News is running a pre-taped Mark Levin monologue about the Constitution, I assume. Right, ridiculous decision by Fox.
Between law enforcement, federal law enforcement as well, and alleged agitators with no ties to immigration advocacy. So clashes happening as Border Patrol officers made their way to Southern California in gray SUVs and attire resembling riot gear this weekend. Their presence has alarmed Angelenos, prompting witnesses and activists who suspect the changing of ICE raids. So you're just seeing all this tear gas wafting into the air, pushing individuals back, the tactical gear by these law enforcement.
So there are local TV stations in Seattle and San Francisco who are providing live coverage of these riots. And you're all wondering, what does Karen Bass have to say about this situation? I am so glad that you asked.
When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chelsea.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get on the 101 freeway?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question is Chase.
Mayor Bass, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think.
Okay, let's check in with live now from Fox. All right, some very informative commentary.
Mayor Karen Bass addressed her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC 7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals Game 2 between Indiana and Oklahoma City. We will continue to cover this, what is going on in Los Angeles, and continue listening to this press conference from Mayor Karen Bass, streaming on ABC7.com and the ABC 7 Los Angeles app.
Peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protest?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think
really
protests
bad sound
need
quality
to be peaceful,
from
period.
KBC 7. So let's switch to the live feed here from the Channel 2 station in San Francisco, KTVU.
Problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white.
Yeah, hi Mayor. George with Reuters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor and how long?
Okay, poor sound quality. Let's try.
Just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our.
This is devastating for our scholars, right? It's time that we let go of our anti-scholar attitude and start celebrating our scholars. And God forbid that our scholars should be in a state of fear due to the deployment of law enforcement. Much better that we allow criminals to run riots so that our scholars will not be intimidated by police officers of the National Guard. God bless our scholars.
Side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National.
The worst thing about these riots is that it's distracting from the wisdom offered by Mark Levin.
President Jefferson was a thorn in the side of the administration, organizing opposition to Federalist legislation and preparing for another White House run. The XYZ affair and the quasi-war with France further inflamed the political divide, with the Federalists portraying Jefferson as a radical in league with the French Jacobins. Now, in this charged atmosphere...
Right. God bless Fox News with keeping Mark Levin on the air with his pre-recorded show on 18th century American constitutional law. Damn these riots getting in the way of the Mark Levin show. Such a shame. And it seems like all the networks are covering Mayor Karen Bass's press conference.
And then, frankly, the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal.
Great. Why is Live Now on Fox running this press conference about 5 minutes behind the live coverage elsewhere?
Is that when one branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
Right here in the gray.
Hi, what's your exact?
So our live coverage of these riots are brought to you by vitamin water. No calories, but lots of vitamins. So refreshing. Ice cold.
Tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest, and the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
Quick follow-up. So I've seen LAPD fire point blank foam bullets, rubber bullets into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders they're under?
So, having a look at X, Kevin Roberts, president of Heritage Foundation, says foreign nationals break into our country. They burn our flag. They wave the flag of the regime that they fled. Then they demand that we let them stay. This is not immigration. It's an invasion cheered on by cowardly politicians and professional anarchists who hate America but love her welfare checks. This isn't about politics. It's about preserving the republic. The solution, mass deportations now. All right, that's from the head of the Heritage Foundation, which is usually a fairly milquetoast think tank. Scrolling through X. So Rick Caruso, right? There's no emergency, no widespread threat or out of control violence in LA, guys. And absolutely no danger that justifies deployment of the National Guard, military, or other federal force to the streets in this or any other Southern California city. Local law enforcement is capable of handling the situation, should arrest anyone causing violence. We must call for calm in the streets, and the deployment of the National Guard may prompt just the opposite. So even Rick Caruso is buying into this mostly peaceful line of rhetoric and blaming the deployment of law enforcement for this violent, illegal, disruptive behavior.
Were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did not.
Why would they be so set on preventing the deployment of National Guard? Right, that seems to be anti-common sense.
That's not peaceful.
So then how do we reconcile the difference? Obviously, there's frustration with the Trump administration and the feds, but as LAPD and the Sheriff's Department try to distance themselves from the actions of these immigration actions and work being done, they're against
I just ordered some creatine.
Yeah.
So I'll keep you posted on how it works out.
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA, where they're going to be deployed?
Well,
okay, this press conference is not the most scintillating.
The reality is people see.
Man, can't you do any better?
Take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that.
Come on. Where's the good stuff?
That, again, our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. And now thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight, and they go to work or they go to school, will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. Percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got here. But the most important thing right now is that our city be peaceful. And so protests and expressing your
enforcement as well as
fears,
the
your
subsequent
beliefs
protests calling on the president to rescind the order that federalized the California National Guard, saying that it was not about public safety, that there was never a plan or policy put in place by the Trump administration when that memo was signed by the president yesterday, saying it's the last thing Los Angeles needs right now, but also urging protesters, Kathy, to protest peacefully.
Yeah, the last thing they want to see is someone getting injured. This is not what they wanted to present. Peaceful protests, yes, and the mayor did say, yes, earlier the rallies were mostly peaceful, but again, not when things are being thrown at officers who are there to protect public safety. You're looking at video from earlier when cars were still on the 101. CHP has since cleared all of that. In fact, all of the protesters who were there on the freeway have now been moved off. But I believe CHP still has a presence there at the scene.
They still have a presence there, and we saw at least a half a dozen people being taken into custody. We want to get to our Eric Leonard, our investigative reporter, who's been following this along with us. And Eric, we understand you were listening to the mayor along with us. Your thoughts on what she had to say and what you've been hearing from your law enforcement sources as well.
Yeah, hi. So the mayor focused in on that, the thing we've been talking about for the last couple of hours, which is this conundrum of perception, where the local law enforcement, the LAPD, the city of Los Angeles, feels obligated to do something to restore order in some of the places where these demonstrations have veered into vandalism and other kinds of disruptions, and at the same time still trying to...
And Adam Carolla's got a good line here. Says, I don't know why the National Guard could have prevented January 6th, but it's incendiary when they are dispatched to LA. Yeah, why is it so incendiary to dispatch the National Guard to LA? Why is that such a provocative move?
Talking to the 101 freeway, and we're attempting to disperse the demonstrators off the freeway. So it sounds like it was actually the CHP down there.
Yeah, when you look from this vantage point, as you can see, the CHP and the LAPD, they all have similar uniforms on, all that dark color, the dark blue or black uniforms. So it's easy to get that mixed up. We have been talking about the LAPD all day long. That was the first time that we actually saw the CHP, and I was in particular getting them mixed up, so I apologize for that. But let's go down to Jamie Chambers. He's been in the midst of all of this for the last couple of hours. Jamie, the situation has changed a bit where you're located.
Still as chaotic as ever, but we're currently in the middle of Temple and Los Angeles. We see the shifting of the folks. They've come off, some have come off of the freeway, but we're getting peppered as well with rubber bullets. So we're right in it. Someone went down just a few moments ago, down to our south side of Los Angeles Street, right in front of the federal building. People are surrounded that person, but it looks like...
Excellent commentary in the chat, right? The dependent class getting in the way of the productive class. Oh no, don't enforce the law. You might make the activists angry. And not a lot of social trust and social cohesion in Los Angeles. Apparently diversity here means that we don't have very much in common. Therefore, we don't have much trust.
Josh is going to show you how many folks are around here just monitoring right now. Every once in a while we see a water bottle thrown in, a rock thrown in, and things get a little bit out of control. I'm just watching for what the officers do when they lift their weapons or their less than lethal weapons. We have to get down because we're right in the middle of the firing lines. Josh, if you want to take a look just around, we've got two lines of officers, one on the east side of Temple, one on the west side of Temple. So they're sort of surrounded on both sides, now making more commands.
So you can provoke police, you can provoke armed people, and at a certain point they are going to snap and they're going to fire.
And this has been pretty consistent throughout the day. Flashbangs. We were concerned with tear gas earlier. Turned out it was not tear gas, it was just a smoke bomb, but you can't really tell the difference. And in that moment, it's better to take the precautions to wear your protection when you're down here. That's the very latest from downtown. Mary Beth, Rick, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Jamie, we thank you so much and appreciate all your live coverage this afternoon. You know, Democratic lawmakers, they are speaking out amid continuing ICE activity and now the presence of the National Guard in L.A. County.
Yeah, joining us now is Senator Alex Padilla. Alex, thank you for taking time out. Give us your thoughts. What's your take on what's happening in downtown L.A. at this point?
Thank you, Alex Padilla. So grateful that you're going to weigh in and share your wisdom with us.
Say typically this doesn't happen very often, but some directive is being given, the time window is more expansive than what we may actually see. I don't think there's any expectation from the folks we've been hearing from that there would be a presence of National Guard troops for the next 2 months in Southern California. This was specifically to address protecting federal buildings and potentially protecting federal agents as they go out and do whatever their law enforcement work is. But for the most part, as we've seen over the last 24 hours, their presence is really around those federal facilities that were the focus of all of those demonstrations. Back to you guys.
We want to be clear, the images you're seeing right now are from earlier today. The freeway has been cleared. Just a note to our viewers there. Right now we want to go to NBC's David Noriega. He's been helping us out. We know he's there on the ground. David, once again, give us your location and some of the developments that you've been seeing since we last spoke with you.
Yeah, the most recent development, which is ongoing, this is the reason you're watching me move, is that LAPD pretty effectively and aggressively cleared the group of protesters that was gathered at Alameda and Temple. They moved us west here on Temple, which is where I am right now. I'm about a half a block east of the Temple Street Bridge. They did so with officers on horseback, as well as using officers on foot deploying foam rounds and rubber rounds. The protesters that were previously on Alameda and Temple are now basically under, and some of them are on top of the Temple Street Bridge. The officers basically moved the line back that way. They have a row of mounted officers trying to keep them there. It's unclear what they're trying to accomplish at this point. The protesters are in some ways being dispersed by this. It's possible that they'll be dispersed into smaller and smaller groups and will eventually decide to go home. But for now, from what I'm seeing, they're not really letting up. They're just getting moved a few blocks in that direction. But as of now, and again, this is as of 2 or 3, maybe 5 tops minutes ago, the line basically between the standoff between police officers and protesters just got moved 2 or 3 blocks to 2 or 3 blocks on Temple to the west. Guys, back to you.
All right, we have some wisdom for life from Alex Finn here on X. You need to be cringe maxing. It's the only way to succeed in this game. To be cringe is to be free. Cool people never take risks. They are scared to death of embarrassment. Cool kids stay average. Cringe kids build empires. ABC News has suspended Terry Moran over his deleted post blasting Stephen Miller as a world-class hater. Now perhaps ABC will get around to David Muir, Martha Raddatz, and George Stephanopoulos. And the Gaza Freedom Flotilla is due to enter Palestinian waters at 2 a.m. It's been intercepted by Israeli vessels and drones. And the flotilla is being boarded by Israeli law enforcement. 2 men on motorcycles rammed into a police line in Los Angeles, and a couple of police officers were hurt. Here is the video from Andy No of this particular incident.
problem with all of this is it just creates more and more friction points between local law enforcement and the public, who again are there not for the purpose of demonstrating against the local police, but rather the federal agencies. I'll just leave you with one more note. We did hear from the LAPD. We were expecting to see the chief of police, Jim McDonnell, with the mayor this afternoon. Not sure you caught what the mayor was saying. She was on her way from that news briefing to go meet with the police chief, the LA County sheriff, and I believe have a conference call with Gavin Newsom. We're trying to get a hold of the police chief, and we may be able to speak with him sometime later in the day. But for right now, that's what the officials are working on, not only to figure out how to respond to all of this, but then also to address.
Yes, and how to respond without helping Donald Trump.
Again, this air is just so toxic, and it just really makes you question, why would they do something like this?
Yeah, that's just mob mentality at this point, just watching things burn. That's Nico Kazori joining our coverage here. I'm Jory Rand as we are continuing our coverage of the unrest in downtown Los Angeles. And we do see possibly some officers moving in now to try and gain control of this situation. This is still... I saw some smoke in the background, so I'm not sure if that's a flashbang smoke or whether these officers are moving in on this situation. But a large crowd gathering here. I think this is Los Angeles Street. 5 cars from the fleet of Waymos that now service Los Angeles have been attacked, vandalized, and destroyed. This one on the right of this window is now fully engulfed in flames. And it just continues a day of unrest in Los Angeles that is in response to moves by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE under the Trump administration as they continue to take those in this country illegally out of the United States.
Absolutely. And we were talking about the National Guard a little bit earlier. They're deployed. 2,000 troops are here. And pretty much President Donald Trump basically bypassed Governor Newsom's authority, and he deployed the troops here. And that makes you think that's another thing that these protesters are angry with, and that's another reason why these protests are getting a little out of control. Tensions are high. And earlier during that press conference, Mayor Bastis she said Angelenos have the right to exercise their First Amendment right, but peacefully and not like this.
Oh my God. Turn the news on. Air Force One just landed on Hollywood Boulevard. Donald Trump got out and he's raping everybody in sight. So watch out for the raping. Scary times.
Going for hours. We know there was a demonstration this morning. It stretched into the afternoon, and then 2 large demonstrations converged into one. Governor Newsom responding to the president today with a number of posts to social media, and some of this is stuff we have never seen before in the United States. So the governor responding to a video of President Trump speaking to reporters today, saying there will be law and order in the street.
And Mickey Kaus tweets, Rick Caruso saved his moor from the Pacific Palisades fire only to burn down his political career 5 months later by saying there is no emergency, widespread threat, or out-of-control violence in Los Angeles. Absolutely no danger that justifies deployment of the National Guard, military, or other federal force to the streets of this or any other Southern California city. And New York Post says Marine vet fighting for his life, paralyzed after being shot by an illegal immigrant who'd been arrested and released 4 times.
But clearly, look, they declared an unlawful assembly. The word that went out from the police, from the mayor, is you got to.
They declared an unlawful assembly 3 hours ago. Haven't made much progress ending it.
To clear the streets from the congestion and all of the demonstrations that we've seen so far. How far the LAPD wants to push this is a difficult question, and one that I think the mayor was trying to answer non-specifically earlier when we heard from Karen Bass in the last hour. Where they're going to draw the line on demonstrations tonight is difficult to say. We certainly saw some friction points and some arrests out there on the freeway as the CHP officers were working to clear the freeway. Whether that happens on the surface streets as LAPD tries to move through, that might only exacerbate the situation. The mayor and all the other officials are saying, please demonstrate peacefully. And
yeah, please demonstrate responsibly. Wait, they've declared this an unlawful assembly, and simultaneously the mayor is saying, please violate the unlawful assembly prohibition. Please just violate it in a peaceful fashion, guys.
But the office of the governor writing the section further states that orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And therein lies the problem. This was not done at the request of the governor of California, which is typically how the federalization of National Guard troops happens. We've seen it happen quite often, in fact. Niku, we saw it happen during the fires. We've visited these sites and seen National Guards members guarding entrances and exits. We saw it during the 2020 civil unrest. National Guards members were on the streets, and we have seen it in the past. But it happens at the request of the governor, not in opposition to the governor.
Right, and it makes you think this is so hard to predict what can happen next, because this is just, it's not going in the right order. So, I mean, just like you said, so it's really hard to think
important.
What are the next steps, because things have
We need to do things in the right order. So it's going to be hilarious if Trump sends in the Marines, right? There are 500 Marines standing by.
Car, and a little bit earlier, I think I saw someone with a skateboard trying to break into the Waymo. Not sure if they're trying to set this one on fire too, but that other Waymo has been on fire, I'd say at least for the last 20 minutes, probably.
It was in the trunk, and now the car is just completely engulfed. And these
Wow,
folks
they
are just
can
standing
really
there, one person with a
burn
hammer on the
for a
windshield.
long time.
We see that man on the roof with a skateboard trying to just basically break anything off this car that they are able to do. And I don't know if we can pull out and see if any officers are in this area. But again, this situation has devolved into chaos when we have seen quite a bit of it this weekend play out in Los Angeles.
And you wouldn't have these cars burning and this chaos if only Trump had abstained from deploying the National Guard. It was just so provocative to deploy the National Guard that ordinary law-abiding citizens just had no alternative but to block freeways and burn Waymos.
As it likely is reaching the lithium battery that powers these electric cars. I think typically they're found on the, beneath the car, along the frame of those vehicles. And so once the fire reaches down there, it is very difficult to put these fires out. I think I remember a crash on a bridge recently where there was some kind of fuel or a vehicle that could not be put out, and they encased it and basically just dragged it off of the bridge. But here we have, some knuckleheads trying to continue to damage this car, do whatever they can to get involved in this, and basically a mob party as they watch this car burn.
Yeah, and again, these EV fires, they're absolutely no joke. Those fumes that are in the air, again, these protesters, they're so close to that fire. They're breathing in all of the toxic gases. Again, we talked about carbon monoxide, hydrogen fluoride. Those aren't things that you should be breathing in, and they are just feet away from that car that exploded. And it makes you think, is that the plan for the second Waymo? I believe there's
California Senator Alex Padilla has the message, please keep protesting.
Terrifying thought to think that they want to light all 5 Waymos on fire. And looking at this crowd, you can see a few different flags within that crowd, and they continue to move. I believe this is Temple Street. Did we say this is?
Right, diversity is our strength. Right, look at this wonderful diversity of flags and peoples joining together.
Hawkman sounding off a big warning to all those out there who want to take things in a direction of violence and vandalism, and that is clearly what we are seeing right here, right now in downtown Los Angeles.
We've got a half a dozen cars or so that are on fire on the streets and people rallying around those fires and on top of the cars. We want to go down onto the street. That's where our own Sarah Welch has been covering what's going on down there. Sarah?
Rick and MB, hi. Yeah, we can see that smoke, those Waymos on fire from where we are. But let's pan around and give you another vantage point of what's happening on the freeway. You can see this side of the freeway has now opened, but if you look under the underpass, you can see all the CHP officers, and you can see the people who have been detained underneath the underpass there with CHP. Panning up to the left, you can also see where CHP has managed to push back the crowds. They are now on Los Angeles streets. You can see those flags being waved there. And if we pan all the way around again, you can see a lot of the graffiti that's written on the walls. We're here in front of the detention center, and you get an idea. A lot of these people have moved, and now they are doing a sit-in. If we pan left all the way down, you can see where people are actually sitting in the street in front of SWAT. Now, and we believe that is LAPD over there. The protesters, as we've been saying, they want ICE and the National Guard out of LA. They say the immigrant community, hardworking Angelenos, are afraid. And they also believe that the decision to bring in the military to help immigration authorities enforce immigration law is dangerous because they believe it's only going to increase the potential for clashes between civilians and law enforcement. And again, the Trump administration has criticized local law enforcement for its alleged slow response to the protests. The administration has been demanding law and order and has said ICE is not going anywhere. It's also publicly called out Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Newsom for being unable to handle the task, Trump says, of quelling these demonstrations. Karen Bass, as you just heard a short time ago, as we look at this massive fire here along Los Angeles Street, Mayor Karen Bass has said that this response is political, and she told KTLA this morning that she spoke with border czar Tom Homan and said, if you want there to be chaos, then have troops on the ground. She also said during that news conference a short time ago, it's completely unacceptable for any level of violence or vandalism. As you can see, Rick and Mary Beth, though, the crowds here, they're moving here toward the detention center as the chaos here and the crowd, it all continues to unfold here downtown. Again, a lot of black smoke. I don't know if you can see it here from Sky 5 above, but here's our camera, Jose, pointing up. Look at all that smoke.
Yeah, Sarah, we've got a split screen here in the studio, and on the left you can see one end of the spectrum of the protests that have been going on throughout the afternoon, and on the other side, when you had your camera turned back, the people sitting in the streets. That's what you expect when you have a non-violent protest here in Los Angeles. It's often the case where people will lock arms and sit down. And we've seen this all before, but it's what's happening on the left part of the screen that we hate to see here in the city of Los Angeles. And hopefully, throughout the rest of the evening, this is not what will transpire. But in the past, we've seen as the sun goes down, more and more people who are not interested in protesting, but in just simply causing problems in the street, that's when they come out.
Sure, and as the mayor said, you know, that is when the message gets lost. We are now going to shift our focus and turn to Rachel Menitoff. She is also live in downtown Los Angeles. Rachel, are you still in the same area there overlooking the 101? I believe you were over by no, you were by Los Angeles Street. Are you by Los Angeles Street?
We're in between.
So apparently the rioters caught several Waymo self-driving cars to the side of these demonstrations and then vandalized and burned them. God forbid.
Maybe a half a dozen people, maybe more. And now the demonstration has kind of divided into two different locations. There's what you're seeing on Los Angeles Street. Things are getting quite out of hand on Los Angeles Street, where you see the thick smoke coming from a fire. We're told that several Waymo cars have been set ablaze. We are hearing LAPD choppers calling on people to leave the area and obviously calling this an unlawful assembly. The freeway northbound moving smoothly. Southbound is still shut down, although police were able to get all of the demonstrators off of the freeway. And if we'll turn this way toward Alameda Street, there's a second demonstration. Sarah mentioned several people are seated over here, and there's another skirmish line with LAPD kind of taking a defensive stance. For the first time, I did see National Guard troops helping them out. So while LAPD is taking the lead in the crowd control, in traffic control, I have seen a couple of National Guard troops helping out in kind of a secondary position. I will say there's quite a bit of graffiti and vandalism in the area. Our KTLA van has been completely defaced. And so while this started out as a peaceful protest here with people demonstrating against the widespread ICE raids that have taken place over the last 48 hours, it has devolved into vandalism and violence in some cases over here.
Wow, yeah, and we're watching, Rachel, on the left side of the screen. We have you on the right. We're watching as those various Waymo cars, I don't know, about a half dozen, is that what we're estimating here, Rick, of Waymo cars that have been vandalized and then now set on fire. It's just such a shame to see this. As Mayor Karen Bass says, it's violence like this. It's unacceptable. And this is.
First, they came for the Teslas. I was not a Tesla. Then they came for the Waymos. Wow, the mayor has denounced violence. Breaking news.
You're hurting livelihoods. And then over the course of a few hours, things got out of hand, and they overtook the 101 freeway, which is illegal. Violence is illegal. Vandalism illegal. DA, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman also standing out a strong message that while he supports First Amendment rights, free speech.
No, the DA was downplaying the severity of this crisis for the first 2 days. Right, he was cucking.
They're probably worried about their own safety as well. They're not going to be sent into a situation like this where you can see one of the cars on the left beginning to explode. They have to stay to the back. They won't be able to come in until the police say that the situation is okay for them and they're not going to get hurt, and you can't blame them for that. You have to understand that they're worried about their own safety, and they're not going to run into a mob of people on the street that are setting things afire. They're going to hang back, and they're going to wait to see exactly what happens. And the crowd here has backed off a little bit on Los Angeles Street there. What you're looking on the right side is the picture from Sarah Welch's photographer looking down the street, and you can see a number of vehicles. They have been vandalized, and the windshields knocked out. At least 2 or 3 of them are burning right now. And we're hoping that this type of situation is confined to this particular area for the rest of the evening. But when you get that mob mentality moving through the streets in any city, you're going to have this type of thing breaking out. And it's unfortunate, MB, as you mentioned before, that the message coming out early this morning was one of peace and one of bringing people together to talk about the problems of the immigration.
Yeah, I thought these riots were mostly peaceful. LAPD tweets. People in the crowd are throwing concrete, bottles, and other objects. And a dispersal order has been issued for Alameda and Temple. Well, maybe that will quell the rioting.
To them, no matter what your message is.
And it's got to be scary for these people that are down there. They're not taking part in this, but if they were away from home earlier today, they certainly can't get back home. The shopkeepers, as you mentioned, they got to be worried about the windows and their businesses being vandalized. So there's a lot going on here, and a lot of people on the periphery of what you're seeing here that are concerned, and they're fearful, and they're not sure when this type of thing is going to stop.
Yeah, and again, you know, President Trump is saying that.
Okay, the mighty Puck says I had to send my boss a breakdown of expected time use. I said 25% dealing with AI BS, and I'm a roofer. How does AI occupy so much time for a roofer asking for a friend?
Here on our street, and yes, we do hope and pray it's not necessary, that people will peacefully continue to get their message out there.
And yes, thank you for the $25 tip via PayPal to allow me to avoid the YouTube tax and keep me in vitamin water. Appreciate it, bro. God bless you and all of your legitimate endeavors. I love the words of the old Puritan preacher. May your recreations be lawful, brief, and rare.
And we saw that back and forth, obviously, that the police were having to endure that type of abuse out on the lines. We have not seen this level of violence over the last 72 hours, and this is escalating as the hours go on. And we're hoping as the sun goes down that this night this type of thing will not keep going, but it's happening early and often.
The LAPD has fewer officers than at the time of the Rodney King riots, right? The NYPD has vastly more officers than the LAPD, which has a vastly larger area to patrol.
Rubber bullets. And then it was around 3:15, 3:20 this evening when they finally declared it an unlawful assembly. Now, once they do that, you need to disperse. You need to go home. And you certainly can't be going down onto the 101 freeway, because that's when we saw law enforcement move in with their skirmish line up and down the 101 freeway, clearing at first the northbound side.
So the LAPD has fewer than 9,000 officers. The NYPD has over 34,000 officers.
An area, they bring in those buses and they bring them somewhere to be processed. Obviously, a lot of these people here, they're no doubt going to be detained as well for what they're doing here to these Waymo cars. You cannot vandalize and set a car on fire in the streets of Los Angeles, no matter what your message is that you're trying to get out there. And again,
yeah, you can see this guy on the left here posing. I think a lot of people down there with their cameras and their phones, they're taking pictures, wanting to get involved in all of this so they can put it onto social media. And I think it just eggs on a lot of these people who might normally not get involved in something like this, but then suddenly, again, we mentioned the mob mentality. They see the cameras are rolling, they see people with their phones, and they suddenly want to get involved in getting their face and their message up on social media, and it just snowballs into one person after another doing this type of thing instead of backing off and obviously thinking, all right, this is not what we should be doing in the streets. But
look, my lying eyes are telling me that these mostly peaceful protesters are not always abiding by the non-aggression principle. Troubling, confusing, mysterious.
try to get your message out there. It sounds like he is meeting with various leaders on all different levels to try to help these people out, try to get them legal counsel. He is really, encouraging the feds that to give these people their day in court, that they have a right to legal counsel. They, have a right to have a case before a judge before being, deported out of the country. And so it sounds like he is going to be taking measures to try to help some of these people out.
yeah, and that was one of the problems early on, the due process part of all of this. We understand why some of the criminal element was being picked up and sent away, and I think most people agreed with that. But then when you start taking people out of their work, these people that have been here for years, just trying to support their families, when they start being picked up and taken away, of course, that's going to anger people and inflamed, as we mentioned before, by the bringing in of the national.
Outrageous that they're arresting people who are in the country illegally. Of course, that's going to inflame people. Maybe these Waymos just naturally self-destructed due to the inflaming and provocative nature of law enforcement enforcing the law in Los Angeles.
Of course, that's no excuse for what we're seeing right now on Los Angeles Street.
Yeah, Mayor Bass speaking earlier, saying that while people do have a right to go out there.
Okay, I wonder how Mark Levin is
Majority
doing.
of the folks here seem to be those who are walking around, and you have these pockets of people who are intentionally causing some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around, is you have a gas tank full of gasoline, and a fire and explosion here would not be ideal.
Luckily, Mark Levin is still on the air on Fox News, educating us about the Constitution.
And these protesters.
You may look at these riots and think we've got nothing in common. LA is suffering from low social trust and cohesion. Guys, we still have the Constitution, right? The Constitution's going to save us.
Here, instead of is just, causing chaos on our streets, to have the National Guard here.
And Jim McDonald's in kind of a tough spot himself. He's got to kind of walk that thin line between promoting what's going on with the ICE agents and the federal troops that are in town, but at the same time, he has to protect the city streets, the businesses that are here, the people that live in this town. And so he's kind of walking that tightrope between not appearing to be involved in what the federal government is doing, but at the same time having to do what he's sworn to do, and that's protect Los Angeles. So we'll see how that works out throughout the rest of the night as well.
Yeah, and over the course of the past few days, we've been hearing not only from Chief McDonald, but we've also been hearing from Sheriff Luna as well, and trying to make sure that Angelenos know that they are not part of detaining, being part of any of the ICE raids as far as detaining people, bringing them into any of the federal lockup detention centers.
And Mickey Kaus notes about Karen Bass's statement. If you were the president, Donald Trump, would you trust the person who wrote this to control violent protests and rioting, referring to Karen Bass? Would you trust Gavin Newsom? All right, this type of disorder would not be allowed to happen and to flourish in Florida. Wonder when the Marines will get here.
But we should also say this is just here. We're not seeing this type of scene in other parts of the city. There are other groups that are out on the street peacefully protesting at this point. They are right up against some of the police lines there, but we've not seen the bottles and the rocks and the fireworks being thrown for some time. On the left, you can see the horses there, the LAPD officers on horseback. They came out probably about an hour ago. It was the first.
So the LAPD have apparently announced, according to Kira on X, LAPD reporting they have no more personnel to spare. Great news. Protest lines are growing. 2 major hotspots are growing larger. The 101 downtown and the Federal Building 101 South is shut down at the 110.
Want to back up and take another stance.
Yeah, we have had a team of reporters throughout downtown Los Angeles covering what has been happening throughout the course of several hours now. And we now have Gil Davis back in Sky 5. And Gil, from your vantage point, tell us about what you're seeing here as far as all these Waymos on fire down there. And what street is that?
Yeah, this is Los Angeles Street, just north of Arcadia, just north of the 101 freeway. And as I come out wide, it's putting up a lot of smoke, in the area. In fact, we could see it from the San Fernando Valley as we were approaching after getting fuel here. But we looking under the smoke here, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 even on fire. Or this one here looks like it's about to be set on fire. People are going in and out of the vehicle there. So it looks like at least 5, maybe the 6th one there, not burned yet, but possibly that one might be going up as well. We did hear about maybe some more a little bit further up the street, but I don't see that yet at this point. So it looks like at least 4 to 5 Waymos on fire here, as there's one that is not yet burning, but it's kind of in between. And the crowds itself, the streets open to traffic here. You can see the vehicles driving through here. We did see a couple of motor officers drive by this scene, but unfortunately the fire department can't get to the scene to put these out.
Yeah, do you see them staging any place down the street or a couple of blocks over, or are they simply just staying away at this point because it's just too dangerous for them to make it down the street?
Yeah, at this point I don't see them really staging for a couple of blocks.
Right, we just need an earthquake or a good mudslide or the fires or some other natural disaster in LA to really amp up the excitement level
here to not catch those on fire, but they could certainly catch the trees on fire, which are pretty close to the buildings. But at this point, they're fully engulfed. These are a total loss, of course, and it's difficult to watch these cars burn here because they do serve the general public.
Yeah, in the past, we've seen dumpsters and tire fires after some of the sporting events over the past few years. We've seen people take to the streets and get a little bit out of hand as well, vandalizing vehicles and setting things on fire. But I got to tell you, Gil, this is reminiscent, I think, of 1992, and we haven't seen this much destruction in the streets of LA since then, if my memory serves me right.
Absolutely, this is pretty severe. Look at that explosion from that Waymo there. Now the concern here is the toxic smoke coming from these vehicles. Any vehicle that catches fire is going to put off a lot of toxic smoke, but we're talking 5 of them so far here. And let me come out wide to show you the plume. Yeah, I mean, from the San Fernando Valley, it looked like a structure that was on fire when we first saw it. So multiple cars here on fire, putting up toxic smoke. A lot of people nearby, and hopefully they're not breathing that toxic smoke in.
Yeah, and of course they have those batteries inside that go up pretty quickly once they're exposed, and so it's smart for these people to be standing back, although that young man waving the flag on top of the car may have some problems if that car goes up in flames pretty soon. But this is a scene we've seen over the last about an hour and a half at this point. And it was one after another. They stopped one car, spray painted it, knocked the windows out, and then as others came down the street, they one by one stopped them and took them over, and then started lighting them on fire. And you can see people posing for pictures and getting their faces on social media, and that's one of the problems that we have on Los Angeles Street tonight here in L.A.
Yeah, I'm just seeing here now, all the Democratic governors, they have, issued a statement talking about how they are all staying united against President Trump's militarization in Los Angeles. So they have issued a statement here saying President Trump's move.
The militarization of cops, so that cops are less likely to be outgunned and vulnerable to criminals, strikes me as one of the weaker critiques of law and order and law enforcement.
Ineffective and dangerous, further threatening to send the U.S. Marines into American neighborhoods, undermines the mission of our service members, erodes public trust, and shows the Trump administration does not trust local law enforcement.
Yeah, we know the governor is here in town, and we expect.
And the chat says, I like the high quality, low quantity vibe of the current Luke Ford incarnation. Thank you. Trying to hit that high culture, low culture, highbrow, lowbrow. Just reduce the amount of time that I live stream and bring to my fewer streams a little higher quality.
He said that it was a bad idea, that it would simply promote more chaos in the streets of L.A., and that seems to be playing out in front of our eyes tonight.
Yeah. Yes, nothing provokes more chaos than having law enforcement on the scene, right? Nothing provokes more chaos than having law enforcement with the ability to outgun the opposition and to protect itself against rioters. How provocative.
Hope. You're looking at two pictures of the same location. That's Gil Levis overhead in Sky 5 on the left. That, I believe, is Sarah Welch's camera crew there on the right side, trying to get as close to the chaos as they can to give us a closer picture of what's happening here in the downtown area. Gil, you're still over the scene. Is this the only place where you're seeing this level of violence around the downtown area?
Yeah, let me come out wider and look up the street. There was talk about some other vehicles further north that might have been targeted for fire, but we don't see that yet. There goes another explosion on that lead car. But yeah, at this point, it looks like this is the center of most of the violence. As I come out wide, the good news is the freeway, northbound 101's open. Protesters off the freeway. Southbound still closed for the time being, at least. But yeah, at this point, the crowd is actually starting to move here on Arcadia. Not sure why. They're starting to scatter here, and we'll see if we can hear why they're taking off to run. But again, we're looking at.
Please do not go out to these protests. I just saw some shocking video of a quite curvy, attractive young woman stripping naked and holding up signs saying, "I am God and let's do ayahuasca." Remember the advice of the Puritans, let your recreations be lawful, brief, and rare.
Right now, but the people at the bottom of your screen on the left there just seem to be watching and standing. Nothing much else other than that. We know that people are protesting along the railings there. You can see them. We can hear some flashbangs going off.
I wonder if that's why they've begun to start running.
That could be. We don't see the LAPD presence here, but at some point you would think that they're going to move into this location. That would allow the fire department to come in and put out some of these fires before, as Gil mentioned, they start getting these trees lighting on fire, and the trees are much closer to the buildings, and that could just spread from one rooftop to another.
And this is just so tragic to see this. Even Governor Newsom, he was urging Californians, similar to what we were hearing Senator Alex Padilla say. And
So tragic that this interrupted Karen Bass's latest vacation in Guyana.
He wants do not use violence or respect law enforcement officers that are trying their best to keep the peace. That was a statement issued by Governor Newsom on X.
So if these rioters were competent, they would be waving American flags, primarily not Mexican flags.
matters into their own hands and set some Waymos on fire. Again, that location you want to steer clear. That's over on Los Angeles Street in Arcadia. We're estimating about half dozen of these Waymo cars have been vandalized and then set on fire. Now, I have to imagine, Rick, what we're hearing as far as those shots, those bangs, that must be law enforcement arriving and saying, okay, time to disperse and get out of here.
Yeah, and regardless of your political views or what you think about as far as the ICE raids and people being arrested and that type of.
Andy No is on top of this story. He says far left and Mexican nationalist rioters are breaking into cars in Los Angeles and setting them on fire using American flags as tinder. The insurrection against the government is happening while they carry foreign flags. That should endear them to the average American.
That the city is out of control, that people have lost control of what's happening on the streets. And it just is.
Makes you want to move to LA, doesn't it? Makes you want to set up a business in LA. This should be great for civic cohesion and confidence.
On the left here, and Gil Leva's still over it in Sky 5. The crowds seem to have diminished, but the burning goes on.
Okay, I can look better if you clear us from the broadcast here.
All right,
Gil's trying to, he's trying to get all set up here for the top of the hour. As we can see, we're almost at 6 o'clock, and we have a team of reporters scattered throughout the downtown Los Angeles area. They've been covering this very dangerous situation out there. At times, skirmishes going on between the protests.
And as we approach the top of the hour, live team coverage from around Los Angeles will be coming to you.
Their rubber bullets, also sending out these smoke canisters, and all in an effort to try to get these protests.
Yes, we need the U.S. Harvey Milk to come in and drown these fires in radical love and inclusion.
You must go home. And then to make matters even worse, you have some of these agitators who are sticking around, not dispersing, and setting these Waymos on fire on Los Angeles Street and Arcadia in downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, and we've seen about 30, what would you think, 30 or 40 people being taken into custody, or at least detained by the police. They were all being huddled together under one of the overpasses. We don't know exactly what's going to happen to them. But keep in mind, there are cameras all over the downtown area, and no doubt the police, both local and state and federal, are going to be combing through all of that footage, and if they pick out some faces, they will likely start going after those folks and making some more arrests down in the coming days or coming weeks, and the charges for those folks are going to be dramatically different than the ones who were out there on the line.
And looking at a comment here on X from Rachel Bovard. One of the most important elements of the Trump presidency is how they've clarified and unmasked institutions that were undeservedly receiving the public's trust. In the first Trump term, it was the politically neutral bureaucracy which showed it would use its positions of trust to willingly and proudly undermine an elected president. In the second term, it's been a continuation of the mainstream media disgracing itself and openly contradicting its claims of objectivity. Right. One of the great things about Trump is how he drives people to reveal themselves.
Yeah, Rick Chambers along with Mary Beth McDade. We're here in the studios watching exactly what you're watching. On the right of your screen, this is just off the 101 freeway on Los Angeles Street downtown. We're giving you the aerial view of the same thing from Sky 5. This is probably the most violent that we have seen.
2,000 National Guard troops are deployed here, and yeah, President Donald Trump went over Governor Newsom's authority, and he brought them here. So it's just really difficult to see how this is going to turn out. Yeah, we can't predict it.
And we've heard from ICE about their the execution of some of their activity the last couple of days, and some of the violent and dangerous criminals and people that they have taken into custody who now face deportment. Our Tim Caputo, who you've been talking with there on the ground there, spoke with U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley this weekend about some of those movements. Let's hear more. Tim, what did the U.S. Attorney tell you?
Immigration raids on Friday, and people did not take well to that. People who who do not support the mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. You had at least 1,000 protesters out there that night, and you had more protests Saturday, and here we are again today. This is the third day of rioting. Now, right now, you can see you got a lot of protesters. They're sitting here. They're blocking this intersection. They're shouting, "No more ICE, no more ICE." It's calm right now, but it has not always been that way. I mean, take a look at this other angle. You can see this line here. You have police that are here blocking off this road. I could tell you earlier.
So if it's true that the LAPD are maxed out, right, why would you not want to deploy other forms of law enforcement, such as the National Guard and, if necessary, Marines? All right, if deploying the Marines saves innocent lives, then let's deploy the bloody Marines.
I mean, people were chanting, they were shouting, they were yelling, they were tossing objects at them, and obviously law enforcement is not going to stand for that.
And Elliot Blatt wants to know, what does a smoldering Waymo smell like? It smells like victory. I love the smell of a smoldering Waymo in the morning because it is smelling of victory.
Fluid situation, and so you can see that right here. A very heavy police presence all over downtown LA. I'm going to get out of the way a little bit so my photographer can get more video there. You can see some of that smoke there from those Waymo cars that are on fire. Now, also in southeast LA County yesterday, there were protesters, rioters actually, who were throwing boulders and rocks at law enforcement officers. And you can only imagine how dangerous that could be. I mean, that could cause, you know, a crash, or just incredibly dangerous. And again, it was another very intense night, and officers having, you know, to deploy, or law enforcement deploying tear gas and flashbangs to try and protect themselves and the property in this area. The White House press secretary released a statement on all of this, saying California's feckless Democrat leaders have completely abdicated their responsibility to protect their citizens. That is why President Trump has signed a presidential memorandum deploying 2,000 National Guardsmen to address the lawlessness that has been allowed to fester. And, you know, at least 300 National Guardsmen are here in the LA County area to try and keep the community safe. So that is the situation here on the ground. Things are peaceful for now. Has not always been that way. Just a couple hours ago, things got violent with people hurling things at law enforcement. But things are calm for now. Alicia?
And Christina, just to one thing that you can't see, we have some close-up live pictures of those vehicles on fire. It is a striking scene from the vantage point that we are getting, also separate from the area where you and our Fox News photographer Andy Royer are standing. But just to kind of do a little bit of a reset here for folks, let's.
So Donald Trump and this Trump administration has got every excuse now to stop the flow of funds to California and to intervene in an out-of-control California with an incompetent government.
Associated with is long and quite frightening. Christina, can you bring us up to date on that?
Yeah, so the way that DHS described some of those people, there were at least 11 arrests made, 11 people that they were describing, and they described them as some of the worst criminal, illegal aliens. They're from all over the world. You know, you had some from Peru, some from Ecuador, or one from Peru, one from Ecuador, one from Mexico, just various countries, and they had extensive criminal histories. And we're talking about very violent crimes. One was convicted of second-degree murder. There was another person, sexual battery, and another person, child abuse. I mean, these are serious offenses. And again, you know, law enforcement very clear here, saying that they're going to do their best to try and get those people off the streets. You're hearing some of the flashbangs here. We're going to go ahead and move around just a little bit. Andy, can you zoom in past there so they can see even more of the protesters who have, it just surrounds that whole interstate? You know, and just a couple hours ago also, you had protesters take to the streets. They were on the 101 southbound, just walking down the roads. I mean, it is just, it's just appalling when you think about some of the violence that has occurred on the law enforcement, the disruption of this community, the graffiti, the tagging. I mean, it just completely unnecessary. But yeah, at least as you said, Friday when there were those immigration raids going on, things really fired up out here, and you had a lot of people protesting. ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons called the situation appalling in terms of the chaos. What are you saying, Andy? Andy is a better vantage point for me, saying it might appear to be a building on fire near the Waymo cars. We're hearing sirens coming in that direction. I'm not sure, Lisa, if you have a better vantage point or cameras, if you guys are able to see that from another camera shot. But from here, I can see flames. I can see more smoke, and I hear a lot of people cheering. So that's what we're seeing right now.
And Christina, and I don't know if Andy, our photographer, can tell you, or if you can tell, when you're talking about a building that is possibly on fire, are these all businesses in this area where you are? Are there homes in this area, or is this just where you see just a lot of commerce?
A lot of commerce. We're right here near the federal building. You got the detention center, the courthouse. I'm not seeing a lot of houses right here in this intersection at Alameda and Commercial Street, and here near this federal building. Just a lot of businesses. You got a huge public parking site, but again, a lot of this area has been closed off since earlier today, because the word got out that there were going to be protests here. And these people, they're not only calling for ICE to stop their immigration efforts, they're also calling for the National Guard to leave. They want them gone. And the National Guard, they have their tactical vehicles, their military vehicles out in front of the federal building to protect that property. They create a line.
Okay, the Marines are on their way. A convoy of Marines have left Pendleton. The Marines will arrive in Los Angeles within an hour. Right, massive Marine convoys are on the way to sort things out in Los Angeles. The Marines are coming. Hold on.
Things as safe as possible. You can see it's clearly a challenging effort, Alicia.
Okay, Christine, and before I let you go, just one more question. Do you know if the city has established a curfew for this evening?
I am unaware of one right now, but I wouldn't be shocked if a curfew is issued, considering how much has taken place. But we will definitely continue to monitor that and report it if a curfew does occur. There's helicopters and whatnot flying all around us. So I was looking up there. But yeah, I mean, again, just very fluid situation. It wouldn't shock me if a curfew was issued.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. Christina Coleman, thank you so much. And thanks to Andy Roy, your photographer. Appreciate it. So we are now going to bring in retired ATF Special Agent in Charge Bernard Zaper. Thank you so much for joining us. Your thoughts right now as we're watching this unfold in the city of Los Angeles.
We have a bifurcation in our country right now between lawlessness, civil order, and the rule of law.
One of the great accounts to follow on X is Mickey Kaus. He notes that truth is no longer the first casualty. Waymos are. Can't imagine that this will be good for the Democratic Party. I can't imagine the Trump administration will feel intimidated, and I can't imagine that Trump will back down.
In terms of solution until the rioting stops, it's going to take a lot of action and force, unfortunately, to resolve this. It's very reminiscent in some way to my personal deployment to the Rodney King riots, but that mitigated after 2 days. There was a response to that where the community came together. This is a whole level of, I would say, anarchist insurrection, people that are not rioting for the cause of people that are trying to immigrate to the United States, but just for the pure mayhem as well.
And Bernard, we're just getting some information from our own Bill Maloogian. The DHS is now offering some information to Fox First tonight that one of the people who were arrested in Los Angeles yesterday is a gang member with a murder conviction who shot up a high school grad party after a dispute, killing an 18-year-old and a 15-year-old. 7 other people were injured. that person is among the people who these protesters are out there showing outrage because they were brought in.
I think it's very clear that this situation has spread like a contagion. The people that are doing all this violence are not representing anybody who's trying to get into the United States. They're representing themselves. It's full-on chaos. It's mob rules mentality. And it's beyond whatever the original cause was. And it's a free-for-all. That's completely different. It has groupthink to it. It has the dynamics of street violence, and civil order has to be restored.
You know, from a practical standpoint, just on the ground, we're looking at these vehicles that are on fire, and Christina Coleman and her photographer who were on the ground right there, they heard a crowd cheering at what they believed may have been a building that was set on fire. So now we're talking about property, you're talking about automobiles being set on fire here. And now we're heading into the evening hours. The sun is, you can see from the shadows, the sun is going to be going down soon. Can you kind of explain to folks, walk through the extra challenges that are associated with this kind of situation going into the darker hours?
The primary issue here is groupthink erodes whatever personal ethos we have. Your personal ethics, your beliefs, your family values degenerate when you're in groupthink and mob mentality.
Yeah, so when most people enter a porn set, within a few minutes, it all starts to seem normal. And so you enter this kind of mob action. Oh my God, don't let the video show young naked women. Please, God, we must think of the children. But we are profoundly influenced by those around us. And after a few minutes on a porn set, the pornography seems completely normal. After a few minutes in this kind of riot, right, the rioting will start to seem normal.
They don't get affected by this because they're not going to jobs, they're not going into buildings, they're not paying for rents. And so besides the human cost that I'm sure will happen here, if it hasn't already, is economic cost. And just the fact that, again, the biggest risk here is that mob mentality takes away all of our personal ethics, and things will perpetuate, you know, until there's some big stops in the violence. It's going to take a lot of arrests, and it's going to take force.
Well, we will continue to watch this. Bernard Zaper, thank you so much for helping us get through some of our coverage here as Fox continues to cover what's going on in downtown Los Angeles. Again, if you're just joining us, chaos is erupting in Los Angeles as immigration protesters clash with a federalized California National Guard, federal immigration officers, and the LAPD for a third straight day. At this hour, we've seen cars set on fire, bottles and rocks thrown by protesters, and highways blocked, officers shoving and striking demonstrators to move them back, and smoke bombs and flashbangs have been used to disperse the crowds. The LAPD has declared an unlawful assembly and has authorized the use of less lethal munitions in an attempt to clear out the growing crowds. I'm Alicia Cunha, live in New York. We will continue our coverage on.
There's a reason Chevy is called the
fireworks, possibly the same group that torched the Waymo vehicles.
And we're now looking at the mounted officers from the LAPD. A lot of people at our station, Bruce, had the same reaction once the horses were being moved in to confront some of these demonstrators, just worried about the horses themselves.
That hateful guy, Stephen Miller, has tweeted that Los Angeles looks like occupied territory.
Being thrown at these officers here, and they are firing back less than lethal projectiles. But the training that goes into these mounted officers, the horses, to deal with these situations, we wouldn't think that they would be suited to go into a situation like this. As we're watching this, one person stick their head out of a car, and
there's a group of people in that car too.
Okay, let's see if we can swing the helicopter around, because this is the first kind of action we've seen in probably about an hour between people on the ground and officers. So I will get back to that question again, the training of the horses, Bruce, in a little bit as we watch this play out. But I guess we can answer it right now. Just the fact that they're able to handle loud.
So the big, beautiful bill contains a 3.5% remittance tax. Perhaps it should be 10% or 15%.
Things light, basically loud, everything. The horses are very well maintained on that. The horses are also protected with their face, with a mask of plexiglass, and also the mounted officers are protected. But they're also supported by officers on the ground, too. The mounted units are an awesome tool to clear crowds. I've used them, and only second to motorcycle officers. They're very, very effective.
Bruce, can you tell us usually when do they make the call to bring the horses in? Like, how bad does the situation have to be?
You know, I was kind of surprised that we didn't see them.
And Mickey Kaus on X is just going after Karen Bass, saying was her responsible initial statement from LA Mayor, right? Absolutely no hint that opposition to federal immigration enforcement should be peaceful. Karen Bass is in a tough spot. She feels her party's orthodoxy, her career prospects require opposing enforcement of immigration laws. It would take bravery to stand up to the activists and make a distinction between legal and illegal immigrant. But Karen Bass is not brave. Yeah, the ads are writing themselves, all these foreign flags, Mexican flags waving across and over and beside burning cars. If Karen Bass had fought the danger of fires with half the intensity that she fights for illegal immigrants, Los Angeles would be a much better place. I wonder if Trump gets a scalp from these latest LA riots.
Department and for the safety of everybody involved. But I can tell you, once the mounted units are called, they respond, and they respond very effectively.
As we're watching this play out, Bruce, stand by for a moment. There is reaction coming in from around the country and around the world. There is a post from Ileana Garcia. She is the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, who writes, I want to put myself on the record, Garcia writes, says, this is not what we voted for. I have always supported Donald Trump through thick and thin. However, this is unacceptable and inhumane. I understand the importance of deporting criminal aliens, but what we are witnessing are arbitrary measures to hunt down people who are complying with their immigration hearings, in many cases with credible fear of persecution claims, all driven by a Stephen Miller-like desire to satisfy a self-fabricated deportation goal. This undermines the sense of fairness and justice.
So we only have about 300 members of the National Guard in Los Angeles, and apparently it'll take days to mobilize a larger number. So I saw a couple of tweets on X mentioning that the Marines are coming in, but that's not official. I don't have confirmation of that. I should have pointed out that didn't have any confirmation of those claims. It's kind of wild to riot in a country you demand to stay in while waving the flag of the country that you supposedly fled. LA protests are an insurrection, and deportations are the moderate option. So this protest is firing up both sides. But you'll be glad to know that Trump and Chairman Xi of the Chinese Communist Party had a very positive phone call. What a relief.
These images, it's just so heartbreaking seeing that these people are so angry, and this is what we are seeing, the aftermath of the anger and the tensions. And you
they don't look angry. They look like they're having a ball. They look like they're having fun. They look like they're living large. They look quite energized and happy.
Very, just not peaceful. So Mayor Bass said it best in her press conference. I'm trying to find my notes from that. She said Angelenos have the right to exercise their First Amendment right, but peacefully and not like this.
Yeah.
So we don't like seeing scenes like this.
Can we zoom in on the bottom of the screen?
So no major Democratic politician, certainly in California, wants to draw a distinction between people in the country legally and migrants who are in the country illegally.
Are those chairs? Those might be chairs from Grand Park. They might have dislodged those from Grand Park or somewhere.
Wow.
And put up a barricade here in the middle of the road and firing things, throwing things at officers who are firing back. Gabe Santos, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Jory, Nico, we keep talking.
And just in, CNN has declared that the riots have taken a turn. Law enforcement has a problem. Local law enforcement sources told CNN that Los Angeles is in for a rough night. The crowd is different. And apparently the mostly peaceful protests have taken a nasty turn. So CNN changing its tune about these protests.
Now to CNN's Kyung Law, who has been standing by all day. Kyung, a lot has happened since we've been talking to you. Where are you now? What is the status where you are?
Well, there are multiple protests now, or at least we should call them incursions between the people who've been demonstrating here, people who've joined in, and law enforcement. We are near where all of this began, and what you're seeing here is a line of a mix of, though predominantly federal agents, Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, as well as the National Guard that brought out some of these protesters. But you can see they've created quite some space between them and then these protesters. That violence that you were referring to, Jess, you can see that there's a car burning in the background. And while they've made a semicircle here on the street, you can see that the Waymo over there has been vandalized. And we understand that some cars over there may also be Waymos that have been set on fire. So this is a part of the night that law enforcement really worries about, because when I look at some of these protesters, they are not resembling the people who were here when all of this began earlier this morning in Los Angeles. This crowd is different. And so now you have a problem for law enforcement trying to contain these people, whoever they may be, some of them who may have some legitimate concerns, but then also other people who are mixed in. So that is where we are in the evening right now. But again, we are very close to where this all began, and these federal agents now are just standing here with some space between them and these protesters.
And again, thank you, Kyung. We're looking live at some of these Waymos that are on fire at the moment. And as Kyung noted, this has taken a turn since she's been out there over the last several hours, when she saw a different type of protester that was there in a more peaceful way. A lot of people, things have turned far more destructive and violent. I do want to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller, who joins us now. And John, we were talking about this a little earlier during our broadcast, which is kind of when you start mixing groups, that there are people who are true peaceful protesters who believe in a cause, who are doing this the right way. And then sometimes there are others that just take the moment and use it to inject destruction and chaos.
Well, and you're seeing some of that here. You have purely protesters for immigrant rights, for migrant rights, protesting against the government action. You have some Palestinian protesters who have been part of a protest movement who are also protesting against the government, who have joined in. And then in the background, you have some experienced anarchist groups that are very adept at protesting, but also adept at moving within the crowd and then breaking away to do things in terms of property damage and other things that are more provocative than many of the protesters who showed up might have been intending on. And it's exactly as you describe. It's a mix that moves as one, but isn't necessarily all together in terms of what their intentions are.
And let's go to KABC.
To make headway here.
And as we watch this play out, Gabe, I want to go to Bruce Thomas real quick and ask him about the sticks that we see those mounted officers using. We saw batons earlier deployed on guys on the skirmish line, on the front lines, but we are seeing these officers mounted using some kind of stick to kind of beat back these demonstrators.
Yeah, Jory, it's a straight stick. It's a tool that some departments still have their patrol officers carry. Being on horseback, the straight stick is longer. You're able to reach out. You're able to move people with it. But what we've seen also is the officers intermixed with the horses, and that's part of the training. The horses are not afraid of the flashbangs of the R1 rounds when they go off. And assaulting a horse is a grade 1 felony. And I can tell you, if we saw some people throw stuff at the horses, those officers will make the point to take those people to jail.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm curious. You mentioned the straight stick. That's what the weapon that they're using is called. What are the injuries like with a straight stick if you get hit by it with the force that they're showing today?
Kind of like a baseball bat. It's made of wood. It's laminated. So if you get hit with it, you may have a welt or a bruise. It's not something that's going to totally incapacitate you, as it's more for glancing blows to move people, and then the horse and the mounted officer will move past the problem, so to speak.
And we see those chairs and debris and barricade being carried away from this location. Again, another crowd once again gathering outside City Hall in the middle of the street, blocking traffic and trying to set up looks like another barricade. That is directly outside LA City Hall. Once again, we saw Molina Park there on the left, City Hall on the right, and as we go down, it's down towards LAPD headquarters, which is right across the street from City Hall. So at the bottom of your screen now, that angled triangular building, that is LAPD headquarters. Right there, don't have to travel far to kind of see the thick of where this is happening tonight. And you can also kind of see just the juxtaposition, how far away the earlier skirmishes were at Alameda and Temple. That's the federal complex where the detention center, the courthouse, and all of that plays out. Across a little further.
Joy?
Yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, by all means.
One of the things we haven't seen yet is any protests at the federal building property in Westwood, which has always been a target for anti-war, immigration protests, and obviously this type of thing. But we haven't seen that yet, and that would create a huge problem for law enforcement. Now you're fighting a battle on two major fronts.
Right. Well, let's go back up to Gabe Santos in Air 7, who continues to watch this this section subfleet of Waymos that drew the attention and the ire of those demonstrators. Nothing left but some burning embers and melting plastic there, Gabe.
Yeah, those 5 Waymos, a complete loss here. Luckily, these Waymos are owned by the Waymo company, a subsidiary of Alphabet, and Google is a major shareholder of that company. So at the very least, we know that these aren't owned by individuals that may, struggle to get to work tomorrow. But nonetheless, we never want to see this kind of vandalism and property destruction. We have 5 vehicles on fire in the middle of a city street, in the middle of downtown LA. That's not something that we want to see. As we were mentioning before, LA City Fire, they really have no reason to get involved here and get close to the scene here, because LAPD doesn't have anybody to spare to provide security for those firefighters, and they don't want to risk anything there. So the Waymo fires are pretty much self-contained at this point, and law enforcement officials are just content with letting those fires burn out and hoping that there's no more fires in that regard, but really we'll just have to see what the night holds. But we do have these multiple kind of skirmishes and multiple kind of fronts to this protest going on right now on Los Angeles Street, where we had those Waymos on fire, and now the new kind of hotbed of activity more towards City Hall as we continue to make an orbit on the west side of downtown, and we get view of City Hall on I believe that's going to be Main Street and Los Angeles Street. It looks like this is going to be Temple and Main Street, actually, and that's where we're seeing a number of police officers reloading, and we actually heard some reports earlier that they were running low on less than lethal ammo. So there is reports that LAPD is working to get more less than lethal rounds on the scene here, so that officers can continue maintaining the control of the area. But as we widen out the shot, Rob, I want to see what the situation is on the left side of the City Hall building, because we saw a lot of protesters gathering there. You see those officers on horseback on Temple and Spring Street, and as we tilt down,
smoke bombs and flashbangs have also been used to disperse the crowds. The LAPD has declared an unlawful assembly and has authorized the use of less than lethal munitions in an attempt to clear out the growing crowds. The order means anyone who stays in the area can be arrested. President Trump taking over the guard overnight against California Governor Gavin Newsom's wishes. Newsom warning the move will only inflame and escalate tensions, and he's urging demonstrators to stay calm. I'm Marianne Rafferty. Now back to Sunday Night in America.
Why would you move out of this coverage for lame chat about other topics when this is the story that is captivating America?
The tactical challenge that LAPD has here, trying to maintain control of such a large area. There's multiple skirmish lines. There's multiple air units overhead. We have that LAPD air unit going through the screen. This is the intersection of Los Angeles and Temple Street. You could see that's a van from LAPD Hollywood Division. So it just goes to show you that resources from all over the LA City area are coming in here to help LAPD kind of maintain control, or what control they can of the situation here. And as we kind of just look around and pick and choose different areas, we see these different spots that law enforcement is trying to just monitor. We saw that LAPD air unit going through the shot earlier, and they were trying to guide officers into certain areas where individuals and protesters were maybe gathering and creating barricades. We see here somebody, looks like, I'm not sure if they're marking on the surface street or trying to crack the curb there. We did see videos in previous days of protesters trying to hammer out pieces of the curb.
They're gathering something.
Projectiles.
They're gathering all the stuff that's been fired onto the street for something.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that before.
Yeah, whatever they're doing, it looks like it's up to no good.
Yeah, I think that's certainly within reason to say, Jory. We have seen videos earlier of protesters with hammers actually chipping away at some of the sidewalks to create concrete projectiles, and that's not what LAPD wants to see. And they definitely don't want more people coming here to gather and kind of sightsee or do anything of that nature, because it's a situation that's not relatively safe. And LAPD is just trying to do their best to continue to control the situation. As you see here, it looks like one side of the 101 freeway is open and a large CHP contingent is still set up on the southbound lanes of the 101 before it connects with the East LA interchange. Yeah. So that will probably take a little bit of a ways to clear, but at least to one side of the 101 is open right now.
Gabe, it looks like that, I'm not sure, it looks like they might have just escorted that member of the media out of there, not very... it wasn't a friendly escorting out of that situation. Yeah, we saw them moving a little faster. Anytime you're looking at a crowd like this, right, Nico, you see something moving a little faster than the rest, something's going on.
Right, that's the action.
And then they kind of pushed a woman with a camera around her neck out of that group and had her walk away.
Wow. Gabe, I had a question. You've shown us these different scenes. We looked at the protesters that had the barriers up. They kind of barricaded themselves. Next to them, we saw some protesters doing donuts. You were talking about the ones that were chipping away at the concrete with a hammer. Just all these different random scenes. It's just so hard, I can imagine, for law enforcement to keep up with the different things that are going on. But it just seems like from the aerial views that you're showing us that the crowd has reduced. Oh, you see more chairs?
They're on the move. If you look, just go right back on.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
They're on the move again.
It appears that more of these protesters are gathering these chairs. They're refortifying that barrier, as you said. But LAPD has their air unit overhead, and they are making a plan, if you will, to try and push back this barrier. They don't want anybody to kind of dig their heels in and get set up or get too comfortable in any one particular area. That's why you saw those LAPD units on horseback, within a matter of 10 or 15 minutes, kind of move in very quickly, start launching those rubber bullets, and really break down that earlier barrier that we saw near First and Main. You see this new one going up near Spring and Temple. As we kind of pan around and look for where those mounted units are, you see just a number of skirmish lines and a number of areas that LAPD is trying to maintain control over. They are on Los Angeles Street. They're on Main Street. It's all kind of not that it's spreading out, but you had about 3,000 people here earlier, and a lot of them are kind of spreading out over a few blocks right now, whereas earlier they were kind of contained to maybe one city block or two. They're spread out over a couple different blocks right now. Not that this is engulfing the entirety of all downtown, but you do have a very large area, and LAPD, it appears, is really kind of struggling to deal with the number of protesters and how kind of widespread they are right now.
It definitely makes it much harder when they are so widespread like that. Gabe, thank you so much. I believe we have Amy Powell joining us as well. She is on the ground giving us a look as well. And Amy, what's going on?
And Maxine Waters is harassing the National Guard. Right? Let's check in with Maxine Waters.
Shoot some kid who's afraid of you and run? You're going to shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was much less inflammatory than I expected.
And standing on the overpasses down there, we hear those pops, those bangs, the explosives from the flashbangs and other things from time to time. The crowd we're seeing right now is just standing here peacefully, kind of watching what is going on here, but it is stunning to look at all that black smoke rising from, I know you were talking about all the Waymos that have been set on fire. We can still see that black smoke rising from here. We, of course, have got police helicopters, media overhead, so much police activity here. I don't know, Will, we can take a good look down at the freeway. We see all those officers, those LAPD officers and other officers gathered down there. Again, they're trying to make sure more people don't get onto the freeway. I believe there were some people on here earlier. I can't tell beyond that bridge, the Los Angeles Street Bridge, if there are any people on the freeway. But this is just an extraordinary thing to see how many people have come out to join this protest. They're frustrated, they're angry, and this has been building. And apparently, we don't know for sure, but certainly the news of all those National Guard troops coming into the area, I don't know if that spurred more people to come on down here and join these protests. And Will, if we can swing over this way, we want to show people on the overpass right here. Now, some of these people are holding flags and signs, and they appear that they may have been here for the protest. Perhaps they left, or perhaps they're keeping their distance, because that's the thing. Obviously, many of the people demonstrating down here are not here to cause trouble, to cause confrontations with the police. They're simply here to voice their anger and their frustration and their feelings that these arrests, these detentions by ICE are just something unjust that shouldn't be happening. So they're doing it peacefully, they're exercising their right to express their opinions. But again, the view here is just astonishing when you see how many people are here. I mean, this is quite the view. And across the downtown area, we just see groups of people walking around, again, standing on overpasses, anywhere they can look at this, and it's really unbelievable to see what has been going on here. So for now, things are quiet in this area, but of course, we have to see what happens next, because as we've seen many times, things are quiet and then suddenly something happens and a confrontation happens. So we'll send it back to you for now, but we'll keep an eye on things here along the 110 freeway.
Okay, Amy.
Reporting live.
Amy, thank you. It is disheartening to see parts of our city burning tonight with that smoke rising behind you, and we see some vandalism happening right now in downtown Los Angeles, breaking down a street sign here. Let's go from Amy to Tim Caputo, who's also on the ground and is a little bit closer to the burning cars and has been witnessing what's been going on there for the last couple hours. Tim.
Yeah, the cars are still burning strong out here. We haven't seen the fire department or police come really to this side of Los Angeles Street. You know, we've been talking to a lot of folks who have been coming out here today for the protest, for the demonstration, to try to get a sense of exactly why they're out here and what's been going on. With me now is Nasira Elias. You've been protesting not just today, all weekend long. You said even to the first Trump administration. Why?
Yes, sir. I started protesting as soon as Trump got into...
Oh, thank you. I was really curious what you had to say.
I'm curious if that's LAPD. I mean, it looks like it could be LAPD. Let's bring in national security analyst and host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kemper, who's joining me.
Hal, as always, it's good to have you on. We appreciate you coming on for this developing story. This is something that we've been watching now for 3 days. I was on the air for 6 hours straight yesterday, watching similar scenes unfold. Now we sit here for day 3 of these anti-ICE protests that have been flooding LA streets, taking over freeways in some examples. It's a very passionate subject for people in Southern California, which I know is where you live, Hal. I'll just start by asking you, what's your reaction to some of the images that we're seeing out of Los Angeles today?
Well, Austin, my reaction is that we have some pretty big protests. And as you know, and you're from Southern California as well, civil disturbance, civil unrest, protests, that is just something that happens on a pretty regular basis in Southern California. Certainly, we saw a lot of big protests during the George Floyd, all the protests surrounding George Floyd's death.
So the LAPD has requested that Waymo shut down its app because people keep calling Waymos and keep setting them on fire. Pretty amazing. You can call a Waymo and then set it on fire.
They're also very much involved. And all the other jurisdictions, all the law enforcement entities in Southern California, civil disturbance. They're trained in how to work with unruly crowds like this. They have a lot of different tactics, techniques, procedures. One thing we did see during the BLM George Floyd-related protests was that some of their skills or tactics had gotten a little rusty, and they made some mistakes. My understanding is that they've been taking corrective action to get better at that. And frankly, it looks like they've been doing a fairly good job, although you see these what appear to be driverless cars set fire. They're pretty, and one thing about driverless cars is I don't think this was ever a programming parameter, but they don't know to get away from a protest, a violent protest or something. So they probably were like the only cars out there that drove right into where things were happening. And I'm sure for many of the protesters, they look at those cars. They're generally electric cars. They don't connect all the dots, but they may be kind of indirectly protest.
So Waymos cost about $600,000 each. So we have several $1 million worth of Waymos destroyed by these riots.
And protesters don't think this through. They just lash out.
Al, the vehicle's burning on the screen. The freeway that was taken over earlier today. You and I were texting a little bit earlier today, and you said that LAPD had formed a skirmisher line to physically move the protesters off of the 101 freeway. Can you describe to us what we've been seeing earlier today as we continue to watch these live images unfold in Los Angeles?
Sure. What you're seeing is, first off, they want to avoid any use of lethal force. So they have a variety of non-lethal things, things you've seen, flashbangs, which have to be deployed in a certain way to avoid physical injury. Things like pepper spray, tear gas can be employed. There's some other things that they have that they can use. But what they will often do is
hours ago, she is standing next to our live truck that has seen better days.
Yeah, Rick, we've been staying close to our van, which has been a target. It's been defaced and vandalized, much like a lot of the buildings in this area, the federal building, a lot of vandalism, unfortunately, happening right now. What we're seeing is kind of status quo. We have some peaceful protesters over here on Alameda Street, seated in the intersection. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration, you can probably tell. But we do have some peaceful protesters sitting over here on Alameda.
I'm missing the anger and the fear. What I see are a bunch of people having the time of their life.
Has really devolved on Los Angeles Street on the 101 freeway, which is now clear. The southbound lanes are still shut down. Is here on Los Angeles Street. And here you can see someone defacing our van as we speak. Our van has sort of been a target, unfortunately. People just going up and spray painting our van, which is parked kind of in the middle of these two separate protests. So discouraging to see this, people painting over our van, a discouraging sight for us. This has obviously been a focal point. The federal building has been a focal point of these demonstrations over the last 48 hours. People gathering here in downtown LA to express their frustration, their fear, their anger over these kind of unexpected surprise ICE raids, and also anger over the National Guard. Who has arrived in town, about 200 to 300 National Guards members in the downtown LA area, taking a secondary stance to the LAPD response. But people have been sharing with us their fear that family, friends, co-workers, they're going to work. They went to work on Friday and Saturday only to be met by federal agents, possibly arrested and detained. And so this is the reason for these protests. But over the last couple of hours, it's kind of devolved into violence and chaos, and people have shared with us that their message is kind of getting lost as a result.
Absolutely. When you see, another fellow with a spray can back there defacing the van once again. Obviously, we're not talking about any message right now. We're talking about a kid defacing the KHLA van, as well as, Kai was just saying he was downtown LA.
Yeah, they're outraged when there's property damage against their property, perhaps not as outraged when other people, such as Google and Waymo, suffer property damage.
When there's something like this happening, you kind of take that into to stride, that people, a small minority of the people, but people are going to try to take advantage of that as the fire department finally is moving in along Los Angeles. And it's not because they didn't want to get there, it's because that it was just too dangerous for these men and women of the city fire department to put their own lives at risk. We've seen what's been happening to the LAPD. Obviously, the fire department is not armed. They come out, and I remember back in 1992 when the fire department was.
And let's have a look at some of the commentary from Kip on the platform X. LA is now Gaza 2.0. Show them your Holocaust museum. That should smooth things over. California government leaders courted all these problems with their soft on crime attitudes. Maxine says, got to be more confrontational against law enforcement. To Democrats, property crime isn't really a crime. They aren't willing to draw the line and protect property. LA is flying every flag of the world except the American flag. We need to institute relegation here in America and downgrade states like California who refuse to abide by the laws of common decency. If their statehood was revoked or suspended, it might motivate them to conform to certain basic moral norms. Wow, some stunning pictures right now.
To go out to one of these protests. They have declared this an unlawful assembly. So there's an element of risk being taken by the folks that are participating in these.
You know, what's interesting is if you look at this, if anyone is thinking they should go down to these protests, I would say stay away, because the protesters, and it's not all of them, but some of them have clearly crossed the line. It's no longer a, quote, peaceful protest, which means it's no longer constitutionally protected. Once you start destroying property or you start injuring people, in this case, destroying property, but once a crowd, and as you know, I do a lot of training with what's called crowd management or training crowd managers. Once a crowd crosses that line, the level of potential violence in that crowd can grow exponentially. So when you see something like this, technically speaking, that's no longer a protest. That actually has moved into being a riot by definition, right? It may not seem that way to some. They would say, well, there's a car on fire and people are just standing around, they're still protesting. True, but they have caused damage to that vehicle or multiple vehicles. And that means the crowd, this particular situation has now shifted from a legal standpoint. So I would say stay away from that. Now, what that means also to law enforcement is once they see that shift in what the crowd's doing from peaceful to non-peaceful behavior, they're more inclined to employ some of those non-lethal capabilities that we discussed earlier.
Al, we have a press release in from U.S. Northcom. They say, by the direction of Secretary of Defense Hegseth, and in coordination with the U.S. Northern Command, approximately 2,000 California Army National Guard soldiers have been placed under federal command and control in a Title X status to support the protection of federal personnel and federal property in the greater LA area. This was a question that we had yesterday, and it's only become a bigger talker as the day has progressed today, Hal. Have you heard of this idea before of National Guard soldiers, these are California National Guard soldiers in this case, being placed under federal command and control? Is this something you've heard of before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is what I used to do. You know, when I was in uniform, I used to work with civil military support operations or defense support of civil authorities. And that is a status you can put. One of the things you do, though, is when you put National Guard troops, which have a kind of a dual role, they're the state militia, if you will. They are the governor's military force that the governor can use for a variety of things in the state. And then they're also a reserve component of the U.S. Army or U.S. Air Force, depending on which branch they're associated with. The forces there are U.S. Army. They've been mobilized. I believe my recollection is they are from a unit that's headquartered in Los Angeles. Interestingly, many of the members of that unit may very well be law enforcement officers like LAPD, LA County Sheriff's deputies, could be CHP, who prior to this were prohibited from doing certain things in support of enforcing immigration law, federal immigration law. And now they're in uniform, they're in federal status, so now they are supporting ICE in enforcing federal immigration law. So that is a little bit ironic that would fall to a number of them. Not, I wouldn't say all of them, but a number of them would fall into that status because that's what they do in their civilian jobs. Now, they have been brought into federal status, what's called Title X authority. That means they're federal troops like any other federal troops in the country. And with that, they have to abide by a law called Posse Comitatus. That's the Posse Comitatus law of 1878 says that federal troops cannot be used for law enforcement. Basically, it's a very short, I think it's like two sentences in a paragraph. It's a very short law, but it was something that was done to stop federal troops from enforcing Reconstruction and post-Civil War stuff. The southern states kind of pushed for it, and so they got that law, and that's been the law of the land. One of the things is unless the president declares the Insurrection Act, which has been a very active discussion in what we've seen played out in the last couple, 3 days. If he declares the Insurrection Act, then he could send those troops in to basically quell the protests, if you will, directly. In other words, they could actually do things on the streets, and that implies that the state and local law enforcement authorities, public safety authorities.
And President Donald Trump has said on Truth Social, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I'm directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such actions necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
By anything that the LAPD
are not, for those of you who are watching us, we're not seeing any other big skirmish lines across any other locations in the city of Los Angeles at this time. Yeah. So this is just this one isolated incident. So please understand that it is just taking place right here in downtown Los Angeles. And for what we have heard from our desk or any other information, that there's no other incidents like this that are taking place. And I think Gil can attest to that, as he's up there in Sky 5.
And parts of the 101 are open again after it was shut down earlier today. But again, you just want to avoid heading anywhere into downtown. You can see what's going on here on Temple. A lot of streets are closed. Some of the barricades are up, especially over near the federal building downtown and the detention center there. So if you're going to be out tonight, just avoid this area. You can see why. It's a mess down there in certain areas, and you don't want to get involved in this, and your car or your truck might get stopped.
Yeah.
And then you put yourself in a precarious situation. You don't know what some of these folks are going to do. And the mob rules on some of these locations, and when one starts something, the others are going to follow. And so you don't want to do that type of thing. Just stay away from the area for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it's true.
And we do know that Governor Gavin Newsom has been on the ground since 4:30, and he is with law enforcement, and he is monitoring the situation, monitoring.
Oh, thank God. Governor Newsom is monitoring the situation. I feel so much safer.
Chief Jim McDonnell in there. We also have the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna monitoring the situation. The governor has sent out messages on X asking people, you know, we're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. So he's asking everyone, you know, don't be provoking you know, any violence or vandalism or chaos. So again, it is time to go home and, you know, listen to this disbursement order that was issued around 3:15, that this is, you know, an unlawful assembly, and that, yeah, they should have went home almost 4 hours ago now. And
yeah, on the right of the screen there, we could see Senator Padilla when he was joining us an hour or so earlier. He was talking about exactly what's happening on the streets and how we thought that the deployment of the federalized National Guard was just promoting this chaos in the streets. And there's probably some truth to all of that, that a lot of these people were angry about the ICE raids, and then just stepping it up and bringing in the federalized troops just made it even worse. But most of those people, I'd say the vast majority of those people, are gone. And this is what we're watching now as these people start to retreat down the street with those pink chairs that they vandalized in Grant Park. And, you know, they're trying to protect themselves from the projectiles being shot down the street by the LAPD. And gradually they're backing up, and you can see behind them there are still 100 or so people that are not within range right now of some of the projectiles coming down.
Gil, are you still with us? And, you know, what are you hearing the latest from up above?
Well, they're just making their way slowly down. That's the LAPD, I should say, slowly down Spring Street from Temple. They continue to fire those rubber bullets at the people here behind the barricades they've set up here. But the barricades aren't working so well. We see a lot of them flinching, and then they'll get up and run because they've been hit by the rubber bullet. So eventually these people will be retreating even further back. In fact, they're almost to the steps of City Hall. You can see the steps there at the bottom on your right side of your screen. So the LAPD is making some progress here, moving them back towards those steps, I should say. But it has definitely broke down the barriers here. It's really fractured that barrier there as the police continue to slowly step forward and fire off those rounds. We do have the officers on the horseback there that are maintaining the intersection there. They haven't been deployed down the street yet, but we'll likely see them deployed at some point to assist those officers that are firing the rubber bullets. In the meantime, here's Grand Park here on the left-hand side where those chairs came from, and quite a few people now scattered away from that front line that is broken up.
Yeah, it only takes once being hit by one of those rubber bullets, and you get the message that maybe it's not the right place to be standing in. Earlier today, we were listening to the mayor, Karen Bass, was speaking out about what's been transpiring in the cities over the last 2 or 3 days. We have some sound from her. We want to play it now.
Oh, thank God that the mayor is speaking out. Wait, that makes me feel better.
As we like to say, a few knuckleheads is the term we use, that will go out there and do property damage and stuff like that. But I'm not seeing the sort of mass violence I saw back in '92. And actually, it kind of makes sense in the short run, bringing federal troops in to provide that really strong security presence at federal buildings, at federal property, and in consideration that this is a federal law enforcement mission. That's one of those things that actually makes a lot of sense, is it deters potentially attacking those properties. And it could incite the crowd. On the other hand, it could say, I don't know if we want to mess with those guys. And a lot of times crowds will quickly recognize that they need to go protest somewhere else. And I've seen that done. I've actually been on the streets with law enforcement when there's crowds like this. And there's a variety of techniques to influence the crowd to go another direction and not do things they were thinking about doing. And LAPD and LA County Sheriff's has a lot of experience doing this.
Al, one other thing that we're learning is that approximately 500 Marines from 2nd Battalion, the 7th Marines at 29 Palms, California, are in a prepared to deploy status should they be necessary to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel effects. That's a statement from CENTCOM that was put out. So they say approximately 500 Marines are in a prepared to deploy status. For those who don't watch Live Now regularly, Hal, who's on the line right now, is a retired Marine intelligence officer.
And good comment on X. Remember, these LAPD arrest me nothing. Not only will Los Angeles release them immediately, they'll probably get a payout of taxpayer dollars. Only federal charges will get these rioters off the streets.
I was actually at the center of mobilizing 500 Marines to do a civil military support mission in Southern California. That was fighting wildfires. And as I finished off my career, I actually worked under U.S. Northern Command, which is the command that controls the active duty forces in the LA area right now. And I was obviously, as the senior Marine liaison officer that was in the area, I was coordinating with the Marine Corps side of this to bring in 500 Marines to do exactly this. That's kind of a standard size. I don't say it's an automatic thing, but that is kind of a standard size that we bring in. And coincidentally, I also served in 7th Marines for years. So I'm very familiar with that and have spent a lot of time at 29 Palms. So yeah, I know exactly what they're doing. Right now they're doing workup. They're doing civil disturbance training. They're doing a lot of things they don't normally get a lot of training in to get ready for this. And it's a prepared to deploy order, which means they're not deploying, but they're doing all the workup. They're getting all the gear, they're getting all the stuff, they're doing all the inspections, and they're getting that last minute training for the particular mission they're getting. And I'm sure there's a number of lawyers that are coming in and briefing them on what they can and can't do in this status.
You know, I almost cut you off there for a moment. I couldn't help but react to some of the explosions that we're seeing on the screen in real time. Again, these are Waymo vehicles. These are autonomous vehicles that they're only available in a select amount of cities at this point. These are not widely used, but they are driverless cars. And it appears that 2 of them at least, possibly 3, have been set ablaze. These protesters, and I'll just go through
that they've been bringing those folks over to the detention center at the federal building. That drew a huge crowd into downtown LA. Most of those folks have already dispersed and gone home or to wherever they were going. And we're down to just a couple of hundred people who are taking a stand. I believe that's on Temple. I'm not sure exactly where that is. But you can see that's the group that's kind of left here after several thousand people turned out earlier today. We're not sure. They keep stealing these pink benches from Grand Park and moving them up to use them as shields and barricades against the non-lethal weapons that the LAPD has deployed into the city.
And as we know, both Democratic and Republican leaders all across the country are monitoring what is going on down here on the streets of LA. And we did hear from President Trump earlier today as he was boarding Air Force One to head to Camp David. And he said out on social media that a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionists, mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations, but these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. And he goes on from there. I know we've been talking about him and we've not brought up his statement throughout our coverage over the course of the several hours. But that is what he has said. I haven't seen any latest statements about what has been transpiring tonight. Obviously, locally, we've been hearing from Mayor Karen Bass. We've been hearing from our governor, Governor Gavin Newsom, who's here in Los Angeles. And, hopefully we'll hear more.
Right, tune in here to Fox.
Potential lithium-ion batteries with fire. I don't know that the protesters really thought that through, but they happen to pick vehicles that burn extremely hot. And the other thing is, they're going to burn for a long time. again, I don't think the protesters thought that through, but I do believe that that's what's happening. By the way, one of the things I'd like to point out, welcome to 2025, and we said this back in 2020 with the protests there too. Law enforcement, public safety has a lot of images, and all of those individuals out there that are doing acts of property damage or violence are being killed. And there's a lot of different ways they can put together who they are. I'm not going to get into all the details on that, but you may see people right now doing things. You go, why don't they go in and arrest them right now? Well, if you remember the 2020 protests, there was a lot of looting going on. They were hitting stores and stuff and taking everything. And everybody said, why are they standing by and letting this happen? And it was basically picking time and place. They had ways to identify who they were. And in the days and weeks afterwards, law enforcement came to their homes and knocked on the door and basically took possession of what they stole and put them and took them into custody. And so there are a lot of ways they can do this. Again, I would say if anyone in Southern California thinks that they want to join these violent protests, you may go down there, you may get away from it, but you also may get a knock on your door, and they may have a search warrant, depending on what they think they saw you do. So that's modern policing. That's kind of how it works.
Al, why are we seeing horseback officers? What can they do that other officers can't?
They're great for crowd control. They've been used for crowd control forever. They've been used in Southern California with LAPD for crowd control and LA sheriffs with crowd control. They sit up high so you can look down on the crowd. Also, they have a very intimidating effect on a crowd. That big horse sitting up high like that, nobody wants to get close to it because they're not quite sure what the horse will do. So when you put law enforcement on horseback in a crowd situation, the crowd becomes more compliant. They tend to move where they got to go. The other thing too is if they try to run and that officer wants to chase them down, that officer's on horseback and can move a lot faster than that person can run. And so there's just a lot of good reasons, and that's just standard SOP, is to use law enforcement on horseback in these crowd situations because they just work so well from an operational and a psychological standpoint.
So I'm from Southern California.
Remember, during the early days of COVID, Gavin Newsom, California's governor, deployed police against people who wanted to walk on the beach or sit on a park bench during COVID. But he's outraged that Donald Trump wants to deploy the National Guard against these riots.
It is the topic of ICE, of immigration, of some of the immigration enforcement operations that we've been seeing in Southern California. Why is this such a passionate subject for Angelenos?
In Los Angeles, last time I checked, 34% of the population was not born in the United States. It is an extremely
40%.
Dense concentration of immigrants. They're not all illegal immigrants. Most of them are legal immigrants. But there is a gravitation point for a lot of illegal immigration coming across the southwest border. Always has been. Southern California always has been. So when they're doing this, there are a lot of people, a lot of residents of Los Angeles and the Southern California area that are obviously upset. Probably more upset. I think the thing that really upsets them is with the current federal situation, if they believe that they're illegal immigrants, they're not getting due process in the courts. And so that's some of the protests going on now. But I would say you and I come from Southern California. It doesn't take a lot to get a number of people agitated to go out and protest on the streets. We see that all the time. And as far as, protests and doing damage like this, destroying cars and things, I mean, there was a time where it seemed like anytime the Lakers won a championship, you saw stuff like this. So there's it happens. And the LAPD and LA County sheriffs with other mutual aid law enforcement entities are going to have to work to deal with this. But as I understand, the what they did was they rolled in, one of the initial things was rolling into a Home Depot parking lot. And if you've done that, particularly in Southern California, you will usually see some day laborers that are waiting to get hired to do work. And a number of those day laborers often are not here legally. So ICE went in there and they swooped in on the parking lot, and it kind of set things in motion. And where you saw the protests initially in Los Angeles, in Paramount, South Los Angeles, Compton, South Los Angeles, were areas of a concentration of immigrants from Latin America. Many of them were illegal immigrants, and it kind of just set things ablaze, if you will, in terms of the protests. And I'm not saying by any means that that 34% represents illegal immigration. Do not get confused. It's just that they were not born in the U.S., is from what I understand. But there is a lot of illegal immigrants in Southern California, and so it's not surprising you would see something like this. I would say probably more illegal immigrants in Southern California and Los Angeles than you would see up in, say, Seattle, Washington, or Denver, or probably maybe even New York City.
For those.
No, about half the residents of Los Angeles don't speak English. But rest assured, Gavin Newsom is making some very tough tweets right now against Donald Trump.
One thing that LA Mayor Karen Bass said moments ago, Hal, is that the National Guard's purpose is to protect federal buildings. This is something you alluded to as well earlier. She says that's why you don't see them out and about in the city. Is there a point at which it could get to a point where we do see them out and about and not protecting just federal buildings, but could their duties expand eventually?
They could. Right now, and this is a federal to federal thing. And of course, for political leaders like the mayor of Los Angeles and for the governor, normally with military support or defense support of civil authorities, there's a process where they initiate a request that goes up to Washington, D.C., and then the decision's made through a thing called the Joint, it's for DSCA, it's an operational thing in the Pentagon. And they make a decision that goes back to U.S. Northern Command, and they'll issue operational orders, if you will, for forces to go in and do something. That's the normal request process. That's what you see in natural disasters and fires and stuff like that. This is different. This is the President of the United States ordering these troops and federalizing National Guard troops to protect federal personnel and federal property. That completely cuts out the mayor, the governor, or any of the mayors and the governor from this entire process. So they're standing on the side watching this happen. And of course, they're looking at the optics and they're saying, oh my gosh, we got military troops on the streets. That's going to inflame the crowds. And that's certainly what they've been saying. However, I would point out historically, federal troops have been used in this role many times. If you go back to the 1920s, there was a slew of robberies of postal authorities, trains, trucks, everything were getting robbed on a regular basis. And they actually called in the military. They actually sent in the Marines, if you will, to basically provide security force for the U.S. Post Office. Theoretically, any federal property in Southern California, whether it's a recruiting station, a post office, a social security office, you name it, federal courts, whatever, any federal property in Southern California could potentially see federal troops there protecting that property.
Thrown,
that is,
but bricks being placed, because what we're seeing here is a breakdown in leadership by the governor and the mayor. And I would even say the chiefs of police around that area and the sheriff, and those two individuals, the chief and the sheriffs, they are taking unlawful orders. It's the same as if I was in the military and someone told me to do something that was unlawful and I did it. That's what they're doing when they fail to protect the public because a politician told them to stand down when riots are happening. All of that encompasses why the president has acted because of a failure of leadership by the governor, the mayor, the chief of police, the sheriff, and all these individuals. They have failed again to protect this area and the public safety and the federal law enforcement officers that are out there doing their job.
It must just kill you to see these cop cars being thrown bricks at and defiled, and they're spitting into the cars and on the windshields. Just Bill Malusian one, we got a profile of some of the people that ICE has picked off the streets today. You got this Ordaz guy, Mexican national, gang member, sexual battery, receiving stolen property. Aguiar, a previously deported Mexican national, gang member, convictions for assault and deadly weapon. I can go on 2 or 3 pages deep. So the people there are upset that we're pulling these people out, and they're people that they're with out of the country. It's the only way to create law and order. My feeling is, what I'm getting from you, Jonathan, is you're calling on these cops to ignore their leadership and stand by the National Guard and stand by ICE?
Well, Brian, somebody has to take control in situations like this. This could spread across the country, and we've seen it before, where chiefs of police and sheriffs do not take public safety into their own hands when there is no action by politicians. We have to remember, law enforcement goes through academies to learn their craft. They learn about the law. A lot of these politicians, they've never done anything in their life except run for office. Now they're there. Gavin Newsom is a perfect example of that. Now they're there, they're in that position, and they do not know how to lead. And they're also leftists who swear more allegiance to their party and trying to make Donald Trump look bad in this situation than they are in protecting the public. Same thing happened in the fires. It's happened in other riots that they've had here. And I want the public to know, I'm a constitutionalist. I've taken the oath to support and defend the Constitution numerous times. But this is not the First Amendment. This is not peaceful protest and right to assemble. These are riots. They are dangerous. They could cause fires, and individuals are getting hurt and sometimes killed because of this.
Jonathan, is it organized? Besides on the internet, the way they can, on Instagram or TikTok, they can instantly assemble. But do you get the sense this is being financed and organized? They're picking out places in a way to try to destabilize law enforcement, unbalance them?
I know for a fact, from an investigative standpoint, just looking at the video that you shown today, the individuals that are up front, at the front of the line, wearing the same helmets, the same clothes, talking on their phone and working the crowd, those people, that's not something that you just pick up on the fly because you're angry about some deportation issues. Those are people that are trained. We've seen the same tactics, techniques, and procedures, the same outfits, the same people across the country. It's absolutely funded, and the Democrat Party even said so back after the 2020 election. They did an article in the New Yorker, I believe it was, or the New York Times, and they talked about how they could start a party, a protest, or any other type of event within 2 hours anywhere in the country. They said that, and we've seen proof of it, except it always goes to the point of violence, because ultimately, Brian, this is very important. This is terrorism. It's just they're not using killing to further.
So the protesters are trying to form an autonomous zone, right? They're putting up barriers to try to recreate the autonomous zone they had in Portland and in Seattle in 2020.
Violence, force, intimidation, all for a political aim. That's terrorism.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much. The Rodney King riots were 2 days. This is already in 3 days. Meanwhile, still to come. Foreign influence running rampant on college campuses.
Okay, let's go to live now from Fox.
We continue to see much of what we've been seeing for the past 2 or 3 days now as we continue watching these protesters. They're focusing on these Waymo vehicles. These are the autonomous vehicles that are available in select cities. Hal Kemper sticking by, being generous with his time today. I'm Austin Westfall. We thank everyone.
So these Waymos worth $600,000 each. 5 have so far been burned up.
To keep eyes on this for as long as we see activity happening in Southern California. What are you going to be watching for in the coming hours?
I'm going to be watching to see if this thing keeps going. I'm going to be watching to see if the crowds start to disperse. Usually in the evening hours, the crowds will start to disperse. If they've been out there protesting all day, they're human beings. They get tired. They will usually start to get, they'll start to go home. They'll get in their cars and go home. One thing I would like to point out, though, is they are sitting, see that guy sitting in the car? He's sitting in a car with lithium-ion batteries on fire. Two things happening. Number one, he could incinerate himself. And number two, I don't know if the crowd really understands what they have done setting those cars ablaze, because
what a loss that would be if the scholar sitting on top of these batteries were to be damaged.
As the fumes are so toxic, I would not be surprised if 6 months or a year from now, we start hearing about claims from people who inhaled toxic fumes that may have been associated with this event. That does happen. I've as you know, I've served all over the world, and we had a problem with burn pits over in Iraq, and so I'm somewhat attuned to this thing. So there's a lot of things going on there. But I will tell you this: Chief McDonald of LAPD, Sheriff Luna of LA County Sheriffs, they know how to deal with civil unrest. They have been doing this for a very long time. I know both of these gentlemen personally. I have no doubt that they're going to be able to leverage their law enforcement resources to eventually disperse.
Whoa, I'm trying to run a high quality show. Where's the bloody audio, mate? Letting me down.
Who have now left them here. I don't think they can access them. They would need some kind of police escort to clear these people from the surrounding overpasses, because they would find themselves under assault, as their vehicles have been for hours now.
It's terrifying just thinking that looking at the damage on their cars, knowing that there could have been a police officer inside that unit when they threw that lime scooter, but luckily, and we just saw something else get thrown at that vehicle as well. Luckily, we think that those officers are not there. Right. So yeah, that's another question. Where are those officers? And when they come back to their cars, they really just have to be careful. They have to have some sort of escort. But Jory, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about the northbound side, and those drivers. They're fine right now. They're fine. But thinking if this escalates even more, I mean, their safety is at risk as well.
So CNN is reporting tonight that California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says there will likely be a lawsuit filed tomorrow challenging President Trump's decision to federalize those National Guard troops in Los Angeles. So the governor of California is moving for the president to rescind that order, and now the lieutenant governor says there will be a lawsuit filed tomorrow trying to undo that move by President Trump to federalize the California National Guard members. Again, from a PR perspective, who's coming out looking better here? The president says he wants law and order and is doing whatever he can to gain that, and says there are California National Guardsmen and women who are here who can do this. I'm federalizing them. I want peace. You have the governor and the lieutenant governor now fighting that order, obviously on grounds of legal challenges.
Right.
Both sides want peace, but in the eyes of the nation and the world, who comes out on top in that dispute?
Right. It's become a clash. Unfortunately, this has just become a clash of powers between not only the government and the federal level, but also protesters as well. So they're mixed in the middle of all of this.
Please remind me, was the news media really mournful when the federal government had to step in and overpower local law enforcement with regard to enforcement of federal civil rights law? I didn't recall that super mournful tone by elite media then.
Works at those CHP vehicles, but no doubt they're going to be coming in here and they're going to be clearing this overpass that we see by Alameda Street over the 101 southbound. Again, that is the lane where you see those CHP vehicles and people throwing the rocks and the mopeds, and now that street sign and fireworks, just all this debris raining down upon those CHP cars. And we do know that some of the CHP officers are underneath that overpass. Yeah. You can see some there on the left side of the screen, probably trying to figure out what to do here.
How to get out of there.
It's very dangerous. Those rocks.
You can see them right there.
Yeah, those rocks can crack open a skull. They can injure an officer tremendously. So this is very unsafe. But you can see them at times scattering as well.
Yeah, we're not sure why.
Yeah, I think there's a few flashbangs that might be happening, or they might be mistaking a flashbang for a firework or something. But you do once in a while see some groups just starting to flee and scatter, but you can see it just literally a ring around the 101.
I know, I was looking at that and thinking, if I'm on that northbound side of the freeway, I don't know, if you can, avoid the area.
Completely.
You really don't want to be on that 101 north or southbound, and who knows how long that southbound side is going to be shut down. Hopefully by tomorrow morning they're going to clear it up, or else, boy, oh boy, that morning commute is just going to be absolute hell.
And you can see that almost all of these folks are wearing face masks of some sort or another. I'm guessing they're well aware that there are cameras all over the downtown area, and the police are going to be scanning through that footage. And if they see your face, or they can pick out something that identifies you or anybody next to you, they're probably going to be coming after you.
Absolutely.
This type of thing maybe is going to last into the nighttime hours, and that makes it easier for these folks to kind of blend into the darkness and then pop out and do something and then pop back in. So we'll see how long this type of thing goes on. As MB mentioned, we're going to hear from the LAPD coming up about 8 o'clock tonight, and we'll see as they try to tear down the stoplight there. We'll see what the chief may have in store throughout the rest of the night.
Yeah, and Gil, I don't know if you can tell from your vantage point overhead, do you see any LAPD officers, any sort of, setting up to move in here and try to clear out this crowd as they vandalize street signs and try to vandalize a street light?
MB and Rick, I was looking, I came out wide to look to see if there was any LAPD in the area. I saw several people, you saw it too, people scattering all of a sudden, running away from the sides, and then they came back. So I'm not sure if it was, look at here, the CHP underneath, they're tossing flashbangs. So that's what they were scattering from. Those officers down there fighting back to protect their vehicles. Now they throw the smoke bomb back down. But and then more rocks being pelted. Oh, this officer came out, and he's getting it from all sides, actually. So he's going to retreat. He is getting hit. Boy, they're just raining down those rocks. He made it back safely, but look at this. This is savage to see this happen. Those are big rocks that are coming down on those vehicles and on those officers. Big enough to make the airbag deploy on this vehicle. There you can see the airbag in that vehicle. So all these items being tossed at those officers' vehicles. Now they come out to try to get them to go back, and they're just getting peppered with all these rocks. And look at this on the northbound side now. Some of the items coming down on those vehicles. Maybe they should shut down the northbound lanes for now to avoid any of those cars getting hit.
Yeah, it's just too dangerous for these people to be driving through here, and you would hope that those CHP officers would just hold their position and stay under the overpass until the cavalry can come in, who are hoping that the LAPD is forming some sort of a plan to help these guys get out of there before anybody gets seriously injured. But they're taking a chance here and there, and they're firing some of the less lethal stuff up onto the streets. But and it's scattered some of the people on that little indentation there around the corner, but they've just come back to this side. And the ones who are behind the overpass, they have that better view of the cars and are able to throw things down. And we're starting to see some of the people walking away and dispersing now. They may be getting the message that the LAPD may be coming to this location pretty soon.
Yeah. And again, to reiterate, this is not happening all over the city. This is just this one isolated incident. So again, if you're while you're watching us, please be aware of the fact that this is the only place in the city that this is occurring at this time.
Yeah, we have a couple of other locations where people are protesting, but nothing like this. This is the most violence since the cars were set on fire. This is the most violence that we've seen throughout the day. We have another location where people are crouched down behind barriers, taunting the police. We have another one where there's a peaceful protest as we see another scooter getting ready to go over the edge here. And Kai, you mentioned before, these are very heavy.
Yeah.
And if you got hit by one of these coming down about 40 feet.
That scooter weighs at least probably 120 pounds. It's very, very heavy, so it's very dangerous as a projectile to use that. And it's almost like we're watching a little bit of a cat and mouse, the way the police are coming out, they're going back in, the protesters on top are trying to, hit them with rocks and projectiles, and it's just extremely an unsafe situation.
And you can see the one officer there standing.
Oh no, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, we had one of those officers, for some reason, decided to sprint down a couple of car lanes and then almost immediately became a target and was smart enough to turn around and hustle back underneath the overpass. And as we see people scattering now, for some reason, it may be some sort of gas that's been deployed there, although people don't seem to be rubbing their eyes at this point. It may just be smoke, and they're getting overwhelmed. Although you see a couple of people, they're holding their hands to their eyes. It may be about time that they started getting a little more forceful in their approach to these folks that are out there on the street.
Well, they probably want to go put out the fire on the hood of that CHP.
Everybody along that railing has gone, and they've moved down probably another block away from these cars. That'll give the CHP maybe a chance to get in there and pull some of those vehicles away, if they even can start them up at this point and roll them away. As Gil was mentioning, we've seen some of the airbags deployed on these cars because they've been hit by so much heavy debris that they may have to come in and tow these vehicles away. But thank goodness, except for that one gentleman that ran out, we don't think anybody got seriously injured by all of this, and we're hoping that he didn't sustain any type of serious injuries. Yeah, but you can see.
Yeah, did you see the back of that the car there on the right, run underneath that Alameda
just
sign?
Crushed.
Yeah, the whole back window, it's gone.
Some of these vehicles they're totaled. I mean, they're unrepairable.
Well, like those, that one right there.
Yeah,
you can see the whole back window.
About.
That's
that
where
one right
the
there.
street sign came down.
Big rocks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tremendous amount of damage on a vehicle, and that's pretty irreparable. So that's another factor here that we're dealing with. Again, another issue in terms of graffiti and damage to property. It's all adding up in terms of the financial
and it's
cost.
taxpayer money.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be spent to do there. You see another officer running for his safety. We don't know how far he's going to be sprinting down, but unless the people are throwing things from other locations, he's probably in reasonably good shape. But he's by himself, which is taking a chance with all of these people. You can see another car here. We're guessing there's an officer inside that car. But this whole scene continues to change. You can see people again up at that location. All the officers now have come out, and they're going to be retreating to some sort of a safer location as people still up there on the overpass and other vehicles moving through. This has been
I wonder what they're doing,
tough situation.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
You can see
rock.
more people throwing stuff down.
Huh. Oh, more. You can see more CHP officers.
Yeah, they're starting to move a lot of that out of the way. Yeah, and more reinforcements, I guess. He's got a rock in his hand, so we'll see what he does.
It's a very big rock. Two very
what are they
big
thinking?
rocks.
Over.
Gil, you're watching this from Sky 5. The officers are getting within range of some of these guys. Are they returning fire at this point, or are they just kind of running for their own safety?
Yeah, they're pointing up. They're about
fire.
to return. Yeah, they're definitely doing that. And these guys are running up, grabbing stuff, rocks, and throwing them over the side, not even looking at times. And that's so dangerous for those officers, but also for the vehicles on the northbound lanes there. But you can see them deploying. It looks like it might be tear gas that they're deploying up there because it really scattered the crowd quite a bit. And here comes another round. This officer's trying to deploy, but boy, what a mess this is out here. They have dropped fire, even the items on fire, onto the vehicles. Fortunately, they haven't caught fire yet, but all that smoke here getting people away from the vehicles, enough so that some of the CHP units or officers were able to retreat to the other bridge here. This is Los Angeles Street, I believe. I'll bring up the map here.
Yeah, it's Los Angeles Street.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So one bridge to the south or to the east here is where the vehicles are at, but you can see still more CHP officers down below.
Yeah.
It appears like they're kind of trapped in there until they can clear these people, but more rocks being thrown from a distance, you know, from these people over here just tossing the rocks and then running. So here comes another person sneaking in here, might have something. And it looks like this is the hot spot for tossing items over, because it's directly above the vehicles. We'll see if they do anything there, but you can see the officers coming back out, feeling a little bit safe because the crowd has left, but keeping an eye, looking up every now and then to make sure nothing comes over the side.
Yeah, that's the most gas we've seen deployed throughout the day. We had MB, those smoke bombs that were being thrown earlier, and this is probably the biggest deployment of tear gas, if in fact that's what it was.
Yeah, and whatever it was, it did the trick, because you could see, we were describing how that whole sort of horseshoe around the 101 at Alameda Street up to Los Angeles. It was packed with people, and most of them have now dispersed, thank goodness.
All right, Gil Levis
getting their cars out of there.
Gil Levis and Sky 5, we thank you for the coverage. We know you have to go get some gas. We'll let you go, and we'll try to go down onto the ground. We have a team of reporters that are down there giving us various angles of what's happening as we take another look from a different chopper that's downtown. This is Alameda Union Station, just about a quarter of a mile away, obviously, as you look at the sign. 2 or 3 people still up on that overpass, MB, and it's
refusing to leave.
They're coming back, maybe taking pictures. Hard to tell. We don't see any projectiles in anybody's hands.
And they're wearing keffiyehs, right? They're aligned with the Palestinian cause. Sad to see this antisocial criminal behavior being associated with such law-abiding, kindly people as the Palestinians.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, they did move.
Yeah, and undercover's there now.
They did move.
We just saw some of the officers sprinting down the street trying to get to a location that's a little less dangerous for them, but there's still probably maybe almost a dozen officers that are kind of trapped under there. And we've been wondering where the reinforcements are, where the LAPD or the sheriff's office or somebody. Doesn't much matter where you're...
More CHP officers arriving. There's quite a few have been arriving over the last few minutes. So I don't know, they must be all under there. They're getting ready to do something, and they got a few of those cars out of the way, including that one that was so badly smashed in the back window. Oh boy, more fireworks. Yeah, so here we've been seeing street signs, those heavy scooters, lots and lots of rocks and fireworks all being, thrown down onto these police cars in that 101 southbound. No doubt that's going to remain closed for quite some time, because that's quite a mess that they're going to have to clean up before cars can continue to go through there on that southbound side. This is just by that Alameda Street exit. So it's between Los Angeles Street and Alameda Street exits on the 101 southbound. And one of our reporters on the ground, we're going to check in with her, boy, Sarah Welch. She has been active all day, at first covering the protests where it was peaceful and over at Alvera Street. And then, boy, oh boy, things really took a turn for the worse as the day progressed. And Sarah, it looks like you're up.
If only we had more government-subsidized midnight basketball and midnight soccer, we probably wouldn't have this criminal behavior.
See the line of CHP blocking the on-ramp to the freeway. And, you guys have been talking about what's going on just beyond. I just had a chance to talk to a member of law enforcement, and yes, people are throwing rocks, they're throwing firecrackers onto the freeway. And we're told that CHP is still working to get some of those detainees off the freeway and out of here. So as you can see, the northbound side here is open, but the southbound side remains closed. And you can see the police presence, people honking their horns, either for or against at this point. And if we pan around, you can see that the crowds down here have dispersed a bit. If we pan left, Jose can show you that you can still see the line of LAPD that's over by the detention center, blocking a few of those protesters that are over there that have been standing in front of them, antagonizing them, but not much going on. It's fairly quiet here. Most of that action, as you said, Mary Beth and Rick, taking place just beyond the on-ramp, just beyond Los Angeles.
Yeah, fairly quiet aside from the attempted murder of police officers and CHP officers. Aside from that, mostly peaceful.
Saw that video of that woman who appeared to have been tear gassed. So there you hear another loud explosion. A woman who may have been hit with tear gas. Apparently, she may have been accosted by that crowd, and our photographer, Jose, was following, and then as he turned the corner, saw that our own vehicle, again, was being vandalized. and tags. So here we are now as the sun gets ready to go down here shortly. And again, you can see this long line. You can see the police all around this perimeter, and again, the smoke off in the distance.
Yeah, as we look at your picture, we also have a helicopter shot on the other side of the screen, and we can see the people on the overpass there, Sarah, still throwing stuff down onto the police. We're not sure exactly when all of those CHP units are going to respond to this. In the distance on the right of your screen, you can see a number of officers taking refuge under the overpass there and a number of cars that are parked. So this is the scene in part of downtown right now. You're going to want to avoid the 101 freeway completely. And then we have a couple of other pockets, one a little more peaceful than the other, another small one over by the police headquarters, and then I think there's a fourth one. It's hard to, they keep moving
well, it's
around.
all within, I mean, this, people
all
have to understand, this is all within a few blocks of one another.
Yes.
I mean, from where you exit there on Los Angeles Street and Alameda, I mean, you have the City Hall right there, you have LAPD headquarters, you have that federal detention center. That's all just within a few blocks
The
of one
Grand
another.
Park area, Alvarado Street, all those areas now are sort of the perimeter areas of where this is taking place. And as Sarah was mentioning too, they have detainees that are in the squad cars under the other overpass. And I'm sure that the folks that are throwing those projectiles are quite aware of that as well. And I think that they're sort of taking their anger out on that also.
Yeah, there's a name that you're probably all familiar with. It's Dennis Zine. He had been a police officer for a number of years. He's joining us right now. Dennis, as you look at everything that's happening, what's your perspective?
Well, this reminds me of the '92 riots when I was a motor supervisor and went through that disastrous situation in the city of Los Angeles. And this reminds me of what occurred back in 1992. Civil unrest that's totally out of control. And people need to understand, those officers that are deployed from the Los Angeles Police Department, that's part of the 8,746 that we have to police the entire city of Los Angeles. Those officers are pulled from patrol duties and assigned to this detail, which is a very demanding detail. And I'm watching on the news the CHP cars that are being destroyed.
Yeah.
And those are paid for by tax dollars. I mean, some of these people have no idea. They have a cause they want to protest. There's a way you can protest in a civil manner. And then there's what we have currently taking place of what borders on anarchy and criminal activities because they want to press the point. The taxpayers are going to foot the bill for all this on a city that $1 billion in debt anyway. But I find it ironic that people complain about we don't have police officers, and you see them throwing objects on those cars which have to be replaced, thousands of dollars. I mean, what we have is a chaotic situation. Obviously, we don't have sufficient resources to quell it, so they're going to bring in some additional resources to bring back a sense of reasonableness. And remember, we're going to host the Olympics. What do people around the world see and what they think?
Yeah, exactly.
This is Los Angeles. We're going to host the Olympics, and this is the kind of conduct that we have to tolerate in the city of Los Angeles. It's absolutely outrageous.
Yeah,
That's only 3 years out.
92.
Yeah.
That's not a long ways away. And
this takes me back to the memories and the frightening situation. We had a curfew in Los Angeles when we had the 92 riots, and we've had situations, but this magnitude of this situation and these people who are protesting and causing this destruction, I don't think ICE is out there looking for them, but they just want to voice their concern and creating this havoc and this damage to downtown Los Angeles and to the equipment that law enforcement needs to protect and serve the public.
Sure, and you know, I know, Dennis, you're also a former LA County City Council member.
Los Angeles City Council, 12 years on the LA City Council.
Yeah, you've worn several hats and served this city in many different ways. So what's going on right now over at City Hall? I mean, are all the city council members getting together? I mean, we've already seen Mayor Karen Bass, but what's the whole city council doing right now to address what we're seeing here on our screens play out?
Well, I would think they've activated the Emergency Operations Center. I haven't heard that, but I would think they've activated that and find out what they're going to do for resources, because these officers are working these 12-hour shifts. Yeah. You can only run them for so long. That we get mutual aid, which will bring in the Sheriff's Department or other agencies. Again, Los Angeles has a given policy, a written policy. We do not enforce immigration laws, period. Los Angeles does not do that. Yet this protest is aimed at Los Angeles Police and California Highway Patrol. We're there to make civility, to make this a civil place and a place where people can earn an income and live happily ever after. LA did enforce immigration laws back in the 60s and
Boy, that's really shocking. I would have thought that if criminals simply understood that we weren't going to enforce certain laws, that then criminals would act with radical love and inclusion and be super gentle and sweet. And apparently announcing that you're not going to enforce certain basic laws, that perhaps that might even encourage more of this reckless, lawless, antisocial behavior. Who would have thought? This is truly shocking.
From the LAPD at this particular location. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, I know they were here earlier. They were deployed. I remember when the freeway was taken over by the protesters, an LAPD with the mounted unit and the ground units. But again, all those units have been called in from the different divisions throughout the city to maintain whatever they can do and control. And those other divisions out, if they call 911, they're going to wait a long time for a unit because there's no one else available. So we have a conflicting situation, a weekend deployment.
So it's terrible that we don't have enough law enforcement. But the very worst thing is to have the president send in law enforcement, to send in the National Guard. Got it.
People toss different objects down onto those CHP vehicles on that 101 southbound. Dennis, you know, we're going to be hearing coming up from LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell here in just a matter of minutes. I mean, what types of things do you think we're going to hear from the chief?
Well, he's probably going to say we don't have a lot of resources. We need resources to quell this. I mean, the jail capacity. We need to book these people that are being arrested. If they are, in fact, making arrests, or they're just dispersing the crowds. If they're just dispersing the crowds, they'll come back later. Or we're going to make mass arrests and put them through the criminal justice system. That's a question.
If only these protesters could listen to a Roger Scruton lecture, they'd recognize that they're natural conservatives. Natural Republican voters.
Where does it end? Do they end up starting to shoot people? Will we start being aggressive with the protection of society? At what point do we then become aggressive and start bringing back a sense of order for this downtown area? And tomorrow's a work day. What's going to happen with those people that need to go to work tomorrow when these roads are going to be blocked and this chaos continues?
Yeah, that's what Kai was talking about earlier, about the economic impact and the impact to the lives of people who, as you mentioned, Dennis, have to go to work. Are those offices, are those businesses going to be open tomorrow? And how much money now are the people, the innocent people of LA, going to be losing because of this group up here that throws rocks and now trying to set fire to the to the CHP units that are down below? These folks don't seem to have any concerns at all about what the results are going to be of the actions they're taking right now.
Exactly. This has nothing to do with immigration.
Yeah.
This is major chaos that's taken place. And the fact is, now we see them lighting something on fire they're going to throw over onto the cars, to the CHP cars that are on there. I mean, this is now we have arson, so now we're going to burn up the CHP car. I mean, where does it stop? When do we get aggressive to say we're not going to tolerate this? Again, I look at the Olympics coming to town. I worked the '84 Olympics. This is incredible that this is going to be broadcast across the world. This is what Los Angeles. You want to go here and see the Olympics when this type of chaos, if they can't maintain order and control? This is pathetic. It really is pathetic to see this happening.
You mentioned 1992 and the fact that we had the riots back then. Once the sun went down, Dennis, things escalated a lot. There were fires all around the city, people looting places as well. We're hoping that that type of thing does not happen tonight. But what are you expecting as the sun goes down tonight?
Well, when the sun goes down tonight, we hope it's peaceful. I doubt if it will be peaceful. We see what's happening today. And I worked the riots. I was a motorcycle supervisor, and I remember calling the fire department on buildings that were starting to burn. Yeah. And I remember the call came back. There are no units available. I saw buildings burned to the ground because there were no fire units available. This was back in 1992 to show how bad it was back then. So we're on the verge of that right now. If this can't get quelled quickly.
Right. These lack of law enforcement resources and fire department resources, these things are concerning, but what's most important is that we have lesbians leading the Los Angeles Fire Department, right? That we have diversity throughout California government, and there's a price to pay for this diversity, right? We don't have as much effectiveness, we don't have law and order, but at least we've got diversity.
The National Guard's already here to help out, keep law and order, and you know, Mayor Bass pleaded with people, Senator Padilla, the governor, asking people, don't do this. You guys are playing into the hands of the Trump administration.
Well, Well, we need to play in the hands to safety. Yeah. And when you only have 8,746 officers to police this entire city of Los Angeles, that's not sufficient numbers. Now, you've got the normal calls that have to be handled, plus you've got this on top of that. So all the officers that are deployed to this, are they calling them on days off? I'm still a reserve officer, subject to be called in. But the fact is, where are they getting these people from? Where are they going to work tomorrow and the next day? And how many days? This has been 3 days. How many more days is this going to go with this chaotic situation and this damage of public property? How many stores have been broken into downtown with the people that are doing this activity? How many stores have been broken into? How many stores have been looted? We haven't heard about that.
Dennis, on the flip side of the coin, though, when you have ICE agents that are armed to the tooth and they're running through Home Depots and they're, going after citizens and separating families from children, from their parents, things like that.
LAPD Central Division throwing out a traffic advisory saying due to demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway and damaging multiple police vehicles, the 101 southbound freeway will remain closed until further notice. This will take a
The love is back between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Elon is retweeting with approval some of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts.
Likely need to be towed. They could get out under their own power. We'll see how damaged they are. Then you have, hundreds of pounds of concrete that have now accumulated after being thrown from this overpass onto the roadway. That's not something you can just easily.
Right. How do you clean that up?
Right. Are you going to kick it off to the side of the road? Do you need a street sweeper? Do you need crews coming through and gathering them in trash cans or a dump truck to do that? And so questions remain about how that is going to be handled. We do have, as we await the press conference at the top of the hour, we do have Professor Jessica Levinson joining us tonight. And boy, Professor, we have some questions to talk about with you tonight. I don't know if we have 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's try and fit as much in as we possibly can. First, what's on your mind as you watch what's playing out in Los Angeles tonight and the battle now between California Governor Gavin Newsom and the President of the United States?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happens next? What happens overnight? What happens tomorrow? Will we see a significant escalation? If there is a significant escalation, or frankly, maybe any escalation, we could see the president say, I need to do more. We could see the president potentially, again, pull the cord and say, I need to invoke the Insurrection Act. As I'm sure you've been talking about, the Insurrection Act would give the president more authority to not just federalize the National Guard, but to say that the National Guard can actually act as domestic law enforcement, that the military on U.S. soil can search, can seize, can arrest. That's not something that we're accustomed to. So I'm looking to see, obviously, what's happening right now, but also how the situation evolves and how the president reacts.
And we have seen the president allude to the fact that and we're watching, sorry, Professor, there's a split screen here on the right side of your screen. We're seeing continued demonstrations, and a firebomb was just thrown down off of the 101 freeway overpass onto one of those CHP vehicles below, which is now burning. We'll see if they're able to put that out with the fire retardant from below. There's a fire extinguisher I believe they're deploying, but that looks like it's going to go. It looked like it was some kind of ball of fuel, whether it was alcohol or gas, lobbed off of this overpass, and that CHP vehicle is now on fire. So we're having this conversation with these scenes playing out, Professor. We have heard the president twice within the last hour refer to the people, the demonstrators, and some of them violent and clearly breaking the law here, as insurrectionists. We have heard Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth threaten that the U.S. Marines will be deployed from Camp Pendleton onto the streets of Los Angeles if the violence continues. Is that allowed? Can the President of the United States legally, in a situation like this, deploy under the Insurrection Act U.S. military to fight U.S. citizens on U.S. soil?
Okay, so in a situation like this is going to be the key. This is going to be where the fighting is. So let's talk really briefly about the federal statutes at issue here. We all know that the president can only act when there's something that gives him the power to act, or there's inherent constitutional power. In this case, what the president is pointing to is Title VII. This is not the Insurrection Act, Title X. Title X allows the president to federalize the National Guard and to allow them to act in a support role for federal law enforcement. They can help protect federal agents. They can help protect federal property, but they cannot act like law enforcement officials and, again, perform searches and seizures. They cannot act like ICE agents. But if things continue, you asked me about the Insurrection Act. Obviously, the president has been using certain language today. What happens next? The Insurrection Act is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. The Posse Comitatus Act says you can't use the military as direct domestic law enforcement. You can't have that happen, again, unless there are certain exigent or emergency circumstances. The Insurrection Act would present those emergency circumstances. So for me, the real legal question is, are we in a situation where the president can point to that broad grant of authority under the Insurrection Act and say, yes, we can move forward. We cannot just have the National Guard, but have them perform those domestic law enforcement agency actions.
This is a president who has pushed the boundaries of constitutional law and law itself. What would happen if he decides these are insurrectionists, invokes the Insurrection Act, deploys U.S. military, and what is who can stop him? He's the president of the United States. If he does that, let's say Marines show up in Los Angeles, who's going to stop them?
So I think at that point, you would have California having standing to sue. I'm not saying it's going to be a successful suit. I'm saying they would have standing to sue. The argument would be that the president is infringing on state sovereignty because he doesn't have the power under the Insurrection Act. That when you pull the cord on the Insurrection Act, that you should have cooperation from a governor. Now, there have been, let's discuss, and you may have already discussed, moments in our nation's history where the president has said, I'm sending in troops. That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor, which is a long answer to your question of what would happen. California would go to court and California would say the president doesn't have the power. And then we would be in another court battle. We would have a federal judge, likely a number of federal judges making that decision.
It is incredible that we are asking these questions in the United States, that this is even in the realm of possibility of something that can happen. But Professor Jessica Levinson, I would love to sit and talk with you more. Unfortunately, we're facing a time crunch here at the top of the hour. We're awaiting LAPD's press conference. So thank you so much. I would love to talk to you, and I hope we can talk to you about this, and hopefully not about some of the outcomes that we're talking about are possibilities here. Jessica, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as we approach the top of the hour, we are going to kind of wrap up this portion of our coverage as we get ready for the LAPD.
Okay, let's get back to
the only way you're going to handle this is by starting to arrest some people, but you need the resources to do that.
And as you mentioned that.
Also watching what is playing out here in the streets of Los Angeles, and he also released a statement. Los Angeles, violence is never the answer. Assaulting law enforcement is never okay. Indeed, doing so plays directly into the hands of those who seek to antagonize and weaponize the situation for their own gain. Don't let them succeed. So another one of our leaders speaking out tonight, asking people to not act in this violent manner. It is time to go home. This is never okay. You are clearly breaking the law.
And Dennis, we've heard these types of pleas from various politicians throughout the day. It seems to be falling on deaf ears, though. The folks that are out here don't seem to really care what the politicians are saying or what the police are saying. And as you can see, the rocks continue to fall on the 101. Fireworks are being shot off. The Sheriff's Department is maneuvering in their location. And you can see there that more CHP officers are poised, ready to move someplace as well. I'm guessing some of those are LAPD as well as CHP. Why do you think they've been waiting so long, Dennis?
I don't know why they've been waiting. They need to start making arrests. The only way to bring this to a halt is to arrest people and put them in that jail bus and take them down and book them. You're going to have to get them. You just shooing them away is not going to stop the problem. It'll continue until you start making arrests. I haven't seen arrests being made. But you need to do it. You bring in the jail buses, make the arrest, and prosecute them through the criminal justice system. That way you're going to lock them up for a while. At least you'll quell it that way. You're not going to quell it by just having them, shooing them here and shooting them there. That's not going to work. It hasn't worked for the last 3 days.
Yeah, we saw maybe 25, 30 arrests being made earlier, and those were people that were up on the front lines that were kind of revving up the crowd, agitating the crowd. And once they were pulled out, we saw some of the people dispersing. And now we're seeing CHP officers in their riot gear moving down the street, firing some of the rubber bullets and non-lethal weapons at the crowd that is on this overpass. So we'll see what transpires in the next minute or two as the cavalry starts to arrive on the scene. And you can see that people are starting to scatter. They don't want to be hit by some of these projectiles.
Well, you see the graffiti that they've destroyed the area with graffiti, but the fact is those scatters will go to the next corner. They need to then lock them down and civilly make the arrest and let them go through the criminal justice system. Otherwise, they'll just scatter and come back, as we've seen happen all afternoon. And they'll take those smoke bombs and throw them back at the officers.
All right, Dennis, we appreciate you joining us tonight and giving out your point of view. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah.
Guys, if you arrest these criminals, won't you just make them mad? Won't you just provoke them? Would that then cause some sort of civil disturbance?
Get a handle on this situation. We're now going to go over to our Jamie Chambers. He's over by Gloria Molina Park, and that's where we can say that some LA County sheriff have now been deployed to help out in this situation. Jamie?
Yeah, the standoff's been going on for hours, and now the LAPD has been switched out with the LA County sheriffs. If you just take a look out here, they've got quite a crew of riot officers out here. They've been not quite as aggressive, but we've just seen them load a lot of munitions into their less than lethal rounds, all of them in riot gear. We saw them make quite a move into the crowds. The crowd dispersed a little bit, and just to give you a little perspective of where we are, we're just north of the City Hall here in downtown. Folks are certainly in this engagement with the sheriffs, but if you look down, just down the street from where we are, just at the corner of City Hall, you can see that that's where a large section of the protesters are, right at the corner of the LAPD headquarters. So really from all angles, these officers have been pushing the crowd, but still no real cohesive move on where they're trying to go. And there's another flashbang over our heads as the officers are trying to disperse this crowd. It was thick for a while, but the munitions, what they've done recently, right there, fired right on the north side. And so you can see the exchange of less than lethal rounds. We haven't seen tear gas. These are all flashbangs so far. And we're just trying to stay out of their range, out of their firing line. But it's hard. I mean, we've been hit with just pieces of the munitions, but right now they are holding there right in the middle of City Hall, right at the edge of City Hall, as they continue to engage with the crowds. We've seen this all afternoon long. But that is the latest just from Gloria Molina Park, north of City Hall. Yeah. Mary Beth, Rick, we'll send it back to you.
James, we get you. We know you've been out there on those front lines for many, many hours now, bringing us this coverage. We so appreciate it, and please stay safe out there. Again, just hearing now that the LA County Sheriff's, some deputies have been deployed to help out and try to disperse these remaining people, a couple little pockets still remaining out there on the streets of downtown Los Angeles, in and around the that Federal Detention Center, City Hall, Gloria Molina Park, Grand Park, by LAPD headquarters. And, you know, this is all within a few blocks. You still have some remaining people down there that refuse to disperse despite that unlawful assembly being declared at 3:15 this afternoon. Now, we are just moments away from hearing from LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonnell, who we know has been meeting with Governor Gavin Newsom, who's been on the ground here in Los Angeles since 4:30 today. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass earlier, and after her press conference, she was on her way to go meet with the police chief. So we're all eager to hear what the police chief has to say about this situation and how they plan to handle things from here on out. We're in our third day of these protests going on, but on this third day is now when things have really turned to violence. We've seen people dropping large stones onto police officers, also destroying some CHP vehicles, just vandalizing all the different buildings we see throughout the streets of downtown LA. There you can see all the graffiti that's there. They vandalized one of our KHLA vehicles as well. That southbound side of the 101, well, that remains closed at this hour. There are still many people. We're hearing from Sarah Welch. Remember, she said some of the detainees that were arrested earlier today, that the detainees, some of those protesters who had gone down onto that freeway, that they are still under some of those overpasses waiting for the various police cars to come in and take them someplace to be processed.
Yeah, within the last couple of hours, we had seen the crowds disperse, and we were under the impression that maybe this was going to be dying down at least a little bit. We had 3 or 4 locations where things were active, but it was only on the overpass that things were more than violent over there. Now we see a crowd that's down by the PD headquarters that seems to be growing in size as I believe those are CHP officers turning and moving to another location. Again, we're expecting the LAPD chief to be speaking momentarily. That's the view of the 101 North, where the CHP cars were bombarded by the scooters there and the street signs. And there you see the chief on the right side. We're going to listen in to see what he has to say about what's been going on in the streets.
You good? All good? All right, thank you. Thank you, first of all. I know it's a very, very busy time. Thank you all for coming here tonight and allowing us the opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing, and ask, truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aseli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density, in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. Notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops and take control of those National Guard troops in some of the area because he felt we had adequate safety protection as officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time. For us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision. Chief, we have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, you know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people are worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Carmen,
sir.
NBC. Thank you. Carmen Dickerson, NBC4. Thank you so much, Chief. You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard.
Do we need them?
Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, this thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel.
How has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, that's good. Next to Tony over here.
Okay.
Soy Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. You think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Taking more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you.
Lindsay from KTLA. Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response time to other parts of the city and the safety of people that are not down there?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deploy in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, the Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Unfortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question that I had really quick, but how long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to come back?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
Chief, we'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're going to call it.
So Chief, just 2 questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at a time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watched unfold, a lot of people watch things just unfold in real time, thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back? And
Absolutely. Okay. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Matt Armstead from the LA Times. Can you tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday and today?
Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
Can you tell us?
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Can we get the spellings of the captain?
Sure, everybody could come up and spell your names.
Captain Raul Jovel, R-A-U-L, J-O-V-E-L.
Thank you.
You need anybody else?
I know you're.
Okay. You good? Okay. Thank you all. Be safe out there, please.
You were just listening to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell, who was talking about the protests now in their third straight day. We're still seeing scenes of protesters setting up barricades, setting fires, so this isn't over. But earlier we did witness police going back and forth with some of the protesters who were throwing large rocks. They were throwing improvised fire devices. We saw, officers using non-lethal means to try and push them back. They finally were able to do that after going back and forth for quite some time. But as you can see from these scenes, it is not over, and the protesters are gathering again. We want to go ahead and go to Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin, who has a lot of experience with this. The protesters are saying that they're doing this because they are against the rounding up of migrants who are here illegally, and they want those people released. But Bill, talk about some of those arrests that have been made. ICE is calling them the worst of the worst, and people that should be off the streets if all of us want safe communities and a safe place to live.
Hey, Marianne. Yeah, so a lot of this started with a false rumor that went around yesterday that there was a raid happening at a Home Depot in Paramount. That was not true. DHS has a processing office in Paramount near that Home Depot, and agents were staging there. Protesters then saw them, assumed a raid was happening at Home Depot, and the rest is history. We saw how all that violence went out of control yesterday. But you're right. A lot of the arrests they're doing, the targeted operations they're doing, are criminal judicial warrants, meaning a federal judge has signed off on these arrests, and they're targeting illegal aliens with criminality that goes beyond just being in the United States. Some examples: a guy they arrested yesterday, a Vietnamese national in the U.S. illegally, who was convicted of murder for shooting up a high school graduation party back in 1994, killing 2 people, multiple sex offenders, multiple drug traffickers, multiple aliens convicted of violent crimes like assault with a deadly weapon or shooting a gun into an inhabited dwelling. Are some people who are just in the U.S. illegally being arrested? Yes, they are. They're what's called collateral. When ICE is out doing these operations and they're arresting their targets, if they come across anybody else who's in the U.S. illegally, yes, they will arrest them. But was there a huge raid at Home Depot yesterday? No, there was not. And that's kind of the narrative that started all of this. And what LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell just said in his press conference was significant, because all day long we've been hearing from these politicians the National Guard isn't needed, everything's under control, LAPD can handle this, this is peaceful. Well, the LAPD chief just said, we're overwhelmed and, quote, this thing has gotten out of control. And what are the live images we're seeing right now in downtown L.A.? We've seen the 101 taken over by protesters with multiple California Highway Patrol cruisers destroyed, one set on fire, rocks being thrown all over the place. We now have rioters throwing fireworks at LAPD-mounted police horses in downtown L.A., and the sun is going down here in L.A., which is never a good thing when we have this civil unrest. This is playing out just like what we saw back in June of 2020 with the George Floyd riots. We had a couple of days of isolated riots and protesting, then people got on the freeway, and then around day 3 or 4 is when things really exploded. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens now that the sun is going down here in L.A. tonight. But history would tell us it usually does not end well, Marianne.
Yeah, and Bill, the chief's saying that they've arrested at least 10 people. But when you look at these images from today, there were thousands of people all, participating in this and doing the throwing of rocks and trying to harm police. Is it surprising that they've only arrested 10 when he said that several officers were injured?
I mean, it is, but at the same time, you got to look at how outnumbered a lot of these officers are, right? It's pretty dangerous for them to go into these crowds and try to grab these arrests, particularly when these guys took over the 101 freeway in downtown LA earlier today. There's videos now, live pictures of all these rioters up on a bridge throwing concrete blocks and Molotov cocktails and stones down on the CHP cruisers, and their CHP officers essentially hiding out under the bridge right now. So it's dangerous for them to try to make arrests in some of these locations. There's things being thrown all over the place. You heard LAPD just say that they arrested a guy who threw a Molotov cocktail. Should the arrest numbers be higher? Probably, but it's not as easy as them just going into a crowd and snatching people. For the most part, they're pretty outnumbered right now, and that's why the Trump administration felt that they had to send the National Guard in. And keep in mind, what have they threatened? If the violence continues, they're going to send up U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton. They're on standby right now, and they're waiting for the word to come up here. So we have this escalating war of words happening between Governor Newsom, California politicians, and the Trump administration. And both sides just keep shooting arrows at each other, and you feel the temperature and the pressure slowly going up, up, up. You're getting that same pressure cooker feeling that we got back in June of 2020. The difference now is, instead of hating police and it being the defund the police movement, it's hating ICE and immigration enforcement. And what do these things have in common? People will go out and protest, and yeah, there are people who are peaceful and holding up signs and stuff. But in LA, we see it all the time. The same group of agitators always shows up, these anarchists. Doesn't matter what the protest is, what the cause is. It could be George Floyd. It could be immigration. It could be the Lakers or the Dodgers celebrations. They show up and they hijack any movement, and they just cause any rioting, any disturbance, any anti-government function that they can find, which is why you see the anarchy symbol spray painted on buildings. We love dead cops. Kill ICE. ICE is KKK. We want to see dead police. Those are those same anarchists that we always see in LA whenever this unrest kicks off. And unfortunately, those people appear to be mixed in the crowd once again. We're seeing their same symbols all over the place. We're seeing them in these live videos, always masked up, always moving in and slithering around in with the crowd. And they're the ones who are typically causing the biggest issues.
And it also seems that they're very organized. And back to what you were talking about, it's always kind of similar, these crowds of protesters. They'll bring in things like skateboards, bicycles, set up barriers, things that they can use as weapons. And they bring them with them. And it's always the same. They're dressed in black. So doesn't this seem that a lot of these protests are a little bit inauthentic? These aren't people that are actually protesting ICE arrests. They're just anarchists.
It'll start off as an organic, real protest. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people who are not happy about what ICE is doing out here, right? LA is a sanctuary city. LA obviously is not voting for Donald Trump, and there are people upset about his immigration agenda. So a lot of these protests will start off likely with people who are genuine and just want to speak out against what ICE is doing, and they'll hold up signs. But then once that spreads on social media, then you have other people start showing up, other bad actors who aren't necessarily there to peacefully protest, who want to use that protest to cause anarchy and to conduct violence. And like what you were saying, with these CHP cruisers on the 101 freeway downtown, there are rocks all over that freeway now. Who knows when they're going to be able to open that back up? That is a crucial artery through downtown. You have a CHP cruiser on fire down there right now with people throwing stones and those lime scooters. They're throwing them off the bridge as well. So they're using anything they can as a weapon. You have LAPD mounted officers on horseback down there who have fireworks being thrown at them. And when those detonate, the horses are freaking out and rearing up. So you could have an officer fall off on that. These people just want to cause chaos, and they want to hurt. And they're just against government in any way, shape, or form. So once the sun goes down, that's typically, unfortunately, when we see more of this anarchist crowd come out. They communicate on different apps like Signal and Telegram. They know where to go. They know where to meet. And they have different tactics for not being identified by police. That's why they call it black bloc. They wear all black. They wear masks. They do everything they can so they're not identifiable. And now it's just kind of a wait-and-see game, Marianne, because I think tonight is going to set the tempo of what are the next 24 to 48 hours going to look like. If there's more violence tonight and we see more fires being started, more police vehicles being destroyed, the Trump administration is threatening that they're going to call up U.S. Marines from Pendleton. And, you know, I can't remember the last time that happened. So he's already federalized the California National Guard with 2,000 soldiers. And like I said earlier, you get the sense that this is kind of a pressure cooker right now, and things are really, really starting to build up here.
Yeah, Bill, thank you so much for your insight. I mean, as we're talking, we can see that the protests are building again. You know, what went from a handful after police pushed them back in the last couple of hours is now back up to, you know, it looks like hundreds that are starting to march again. And because it's dark, that could create some problems. I wanted to, one last thing, Governor Newsom is saying he plans on suing the Trump administration for sending in, you know, for taking over the National Guard and sending them in. But, you know, you just listened to the chief saying, you know, we're overwhelmed, we need help. So do you think that'll really go anywhere?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to speculate on how effective that lawsuit will be. I'd say it's unsurprising, right? I mean, how many times does California or Gavin Newsom sue the Trump administration any chance they get? So, you know, we'll see. I'm sure the Trump administration will have a response to that. But look, I think the bottom line here, too, is just how this narrative has gotten out of control. And I think that, like, a lot of these politicians have been making some really inflammatory comments that aren't true. I mean, if you listen to some of these politicians, they make it sound like ICE is going door to door throughout SoCal neighborhoods with Bearcats and SWAT teams kicking down doors and pulling out little kids and grandmas everywhere they find them, when in reality, a lot of what their enforcement is targeted enforcement of people who already have deportation orders or some sort of criminal record. Are some other collaterals, as they call them, being scooped up? Yes, of course. But in the last couple of days, I think they've made only about like 150 arrests. And again, a lot of them have been these serious hardcore criminals, some of which have been previously deported. I think there's just a disconnect between what a lot of the politicians are saying out there and what they're portraying, that ICE is terrorizing the communities and they're making these random raids in communities. And again, like yesterday, targeting a Home Depot, that never happened. I think these narratives are just getting out of control, and it's riling people up. And they're making it sound like, you know, again, ICE is sweeping through Southern California with these armored vehicles and snatching anybody they see. And that's not the case. You know, I mean, all they have to do is talk to ICE, talk to DHS, and look at some of the guys they've arrested, which, again, these are criminal judicial warrants. We always hear the activists and politicians say, where's your warrant, ICE? Where's your warrant? They have warrants. These are criminal warrants signed off on by a federal judge. So, you know, it's up to ICE to get that message out. Whether or not politicians will listen to that, I don't know. But, you know, the genie's kind of out of the bottle at this point. The momentum is already gone, and now we're seeing the results in the streets.
And we should all be, you know, happy that these criminals are being taken off the streets for anyone who wants to feel safe in their own home here in Los Angeles. So, all right, thank you, Bill Melugin. We'll come back to you. Let's go ahead and go for now to Fox News contributor Ted Williams. We've got Ted on the phone as well. Ted, you know, you just heard us talking about how the LA police chief said, look, we really didn't get any warning on this. Usually there's communication. We didn't get that, but we did get there as fast as we could. He said they got there within 30 minutes of being notified that their help was needed. Talk about some of the challenges they faced having to, you know, come in as these protesters were doing some very dangerous things and trying to harm officers.
Well, Marianne, let me first say that when you heard Chief Jim McDonald speak, you heard a professional police officer, and you could tell that he was trying to thread right down the middle. Plainly, he didn't want to get into the political milieu of this. He wanted to stay in his lane, and his lane was as a law enforcement officer and as the chief law enforcement officer there in L.A. to try to keep and preserve his city and to keep his city safe. And that is what these professional officers have been doing. One of the things that came out immediately to me was when Chief McDonald said there are professional troublemakers. And that is what I believe is stirring the pot there in L.A. You have had individuals who legitimately exercised their First Amendment right, and they had a right to do so. But these professional troublemakers come from all over California, And I would have to believe right now on planes and trains, you're going to find professional troublemakers moving in the direction of L.A. to create as much havoc as they possibly can. Chief McDonald was very clear. He's not opposed to the National Guard. As a matter of fact, he said that there was not enough National Guard on in L.A. at this immediate time to cause any problem. So what you found were individuals who wanted to create and are creating problems in L.A. utilizing the National Guard as for their own purposes.
And the other thing that I guess the big question that I kept hearing all afternoon was, you know, with people throwing protesters throwing giant rocks and improvised, you know, fire devices and everything that they could do to try and harm officers and try to create, you know, chaos with these dangerous tactics. Why wasn't there something that they could do to quell the protesters that were doing all this sooner? Or did they act, you know, the way that they should have, that they have to just kind of go with it until they can safely disperse the crowd?
Well, Marianne, knowing that nighttime was coming, I would have felt that the city leaders would have immediately acted or put in place a curfew. And I suspect in the coming days we may very well see a curfew. But a curfew may very well have helped law enforcement if one was enacted before nightfall here. I have been on earlier, and I've always said, and I will continue to say, nightfall is the enemy of law enforcement officers conducting legitimate law enforcement initiatives when it comes to a riot. That is something, unfortunately, that they have to go through. So what law enforcement needs now are city leaders to step up to the plate and to help them to bring this rioting under control. And the way you do that is by enacting a curfew. And anybody who violates that curfew, they need to lock them up. It's simple as that.
And on that note, the chief did say, look, you know, the DA will file, you know, felony charges against these people that they're arresting, even though they've only made 10 arrests, that they expect to make many more. And when you see some of the scenes from earlier and some of the things these protesters were doing, I mean, it looks like when you throw a giant rock or, you know, some kind of device and trying to hit officers, you're trying to harm them or kill them. So shouldn't they, do you see them being charged for very serious felonies like that?
Absolutely. The L.A. Police Department is a professional department, and they have been faced with these kinds of issues with rioters before. What you find is these riders will try to camouflage themselves by wearing various kinds of masks that will not give them away. Well, one thing that L.A. and other jurisdictions have put in place are video camera feeds throughout these areas where these riots occur, and what they will do as a result of the video feeds is that they will continue to
All right, Ted, I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Ted. But we, sorry to interrupt you, but we are going to come back to you. Keep it here, Fox News Channel, for the very latest on the.
Okay, nobody perhaps says it better than Baked Alaska.
You know they make America a better place. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love the military, they're important. We love the cops, our law enforcement. We love the military, they're important. When I'm in a jam, I know that I can call up the man, with the plan. When I'm on the run, all I gotta do is dial 911.
We love our